Welcome everybody to the War Room. This is the pre-game show for KARDS Open 16. This is the last official KARDS event before Brothers in Arms comes into full swing and we see the rotation. So there are bound to be some last gasses for some of these decks. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by J King and by Finger Guns Birdo. We promise Birdo is here. We have not replaced him. He's just having some technical issues, so you will still get to hear his soothing tones throughout the broadcast. So we did mention, this is going to be a little bit of the last kind of hurrah. We talked about it during the OCC last week, but in reality, this is the last one. This is the last official event. And, Jake, you've kind of seen some of the decks at this point. You've seen the players. You've seen some of the action because we have our top four here today. Any kind of expectations for this event? Is it going to be kind of a little bit off the beaten path like the OCC, or do you expect something a little bit more standard here?
Well, having looked at the lists, they are a bit all over the place. We see some players bring in so the tried and true, some decks that have not even necessarily been popular the last couple of months, but have been overwhelmingly popular. It's in this meta as a whole over the last year, 2 years. And then some players are bringing things that are brand new and we've never seen in tournament before. And I mean, that is sort of one of the beautiful things about the Open is you do see a lot of new players on a pretty regular basis and players who are getting deep into these Open tournaments with their custom lineups, things they want to test out. So yeah, despite being sort of the last tournament of this very, very long meta, I think we're still going to see some very new things, which is very exciting.
Berto, you got a big old smile on your face. Are you surprised that, 2 days before the expansion fully drops, that we're still seeing some new decks kind of pop up here in the tournament scene?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, it's not about the money. It's about having a good time and trying their hand and bringing something new, something unique, putting on a show. And I really respect that from some of our players here.
Speaking of the money, $1,500, excuse me, $1,500 on the line, 600 USD for first place, 450, 250, 200. So everybody who is here today in our top four walking away with some cash. Let's bring up the bracket and see exactly who will be competing in today's top four. So there you have the bracket. You've got everything right up to the top 16. Everybody finishing in that top 16 walks away with some diamonds and some gold. 5th to 8th place gets you 500 diamonds, 2,000 gold. And like I said, top four there on the left side, you see Thanatron taking on newcomer Nanami. On the other side of the bracket, we got Bezio against Diane. We've got, a couple $100 on the line here. These are all best of fives. They're bringing 4 decks. They've got 1 ban, and that is why I am joined by Jake and Berto, because they're going to walk us through exactly what these folks have brought to the table today. Why don't we just jump into it? Let's start with our first competitor here and take a look at what deck list they are bringing, what their lineup looks like. We're going to start up here with Thanatron going 4-1 in the Swiss. Berto, why don't you walk us through what Thanatron's got lined up for us here?
So Thanatron has a very tried and true, pretty standard lineup here. We have the classic, the one and only Brit Japan Air, and a pretty standard list. I think the only card difference between his and mine is that instead of this P40 Kitty Hawk, I'm running an extra copy of Air Superiority. Or, wait, no, he does have 3 copies of Air Superiority. Never mind, I'm not sure what he cut for it. Then we have Japan-German Jagro, and he is running the 2-order Feigned list, so he's on Team J King there. We have German Italy Control, and a little more of an anti-aggro lineup, it would appear, with things like Lurking Danger to run Careless Talks. And of course, 3 copies of Mary Nostrum for that good healing. And we have USA Germany Frontline, another classic, 2 Blitzkriegs, nice healthy medium where you don't get stuck on too many Blitzkriegs in your hand too often. but you have enough that you're able to find them fairly consistently and get that lethality to end a game pretty quick.
Now, Berto, we've got, again, the Brit Air, the Jagro, the front line that I think we've seen in just about every tournament since the beginning of time. This Germany-Italy control list is not one that we've seen particularly regularly. Any thoughts onto why Thanatron would decide, hey, this is the right time to kind of bring this list, or is there specific matchups they're looking for, bringing something a little bit more control heavy?
This deck is really nice into the air matchup, and it can also be pretty good into things like Jagro, just because the healing from Mary Nostrum is so potent. If you play that on a Panther G and they don't have something like a Sendai, then it can be really hard for Japan to really do much against it. And you also have to consider that this is a format where you're bringing 4 decks where normally you're used to bringing 3. So maybe this is, in his mind, his 4th best deck.
So I actually can add a little bit onto this because I spoke to Thanatron over the last couple of days on heading into this tournament about his lineup, and essentially he asked me, well, can I have your deck list? Can I see your deck list? What would you recommend? And I sent him a bunch of my deck lists, including German Italy from the last OCC. And I believe that's my exact list, but I also know Thanatron just loves playing German Italy. So when he saw that I had brought it to the last tournament, he thought, wait, is this like meta again? Is this something that we can do in tournaments without just throwing and losing your games to like Soviet France or discard or whatever it is? That I was told him, yeah, I think you can do it. And I know he just loves playing the deck. So yeah, he brought it. And he's brought his own twist on some of the other decks. And yeah, I think he's just, it looks meta, but I think he's just looking to have fun with the lineup he's brought.
And so you were kind of saying that this list can be challenged sometimes with a little bit more of a control heavy opponent. Does the change in format where you always get a ban pretty much throughout these final 4 kind of help you in that scenario where, like, yeah, I'll take the Brit Air match, I'll take the Jagro match, but I'm going to shut down that discard or that control mirror?
Yeah, it definitely can help. In this case, there's not a ton of necessarily lineup synergy in that respect because his 3 other decks are quite aggressive. So if his opponent has a much heavier control deck, he might not want to ban that since it will be an easy target for the aggressive decks. But in a best of 5, you have so many chances to get, if you have a single deck like German Italy that's much more anti-aggro, you have quite a few times and options and attempts at getting it through against one of the other decks in the lineup.
Spot on. Let's take a look at the next player here and see how Thanatron will fare in the matchup. So this is newcomer Nanami, who will be going up against Thanatron in that first round. J King, why don't we have you walk us through what they are bringing here?
All right, so we will notice a trend in Nanami's decks, but starting off with the first one, it is Soviet Italy self-damage, which is a deck that we have seen before. Italy is sort of the slightly less popular, the cousin to the Soviet Japan self-damage. You lose out on the recons for draw. You lose out on the Sunrise divisions for any extra stats if you might want to be running those. But on the upside, you get Mare Nostrum, which allows you to heal off of Death's Door, which you are very often brought to since your entire deck is built around taking damage. And to make up for the lack of draw, it runs cards like 5-Year Plan, which you can sacrifice some of that health gained by Mare Nostrum to draw back your entire hand. So this is definitely a deck we have seen before. But then we move on to his next deck, which is Britain-Italy Ally. And this deck is, well, it's a Commonwealth deck. It's got Spirit of Rome, which is a card I don't think we've seen in a tournament since at least 2021, maybe not since 2020. And really the point of this deck is to heal up very high on health very quickly, especially with the likes of Indian Brigade, which is going to increase every time you heal. Is going to increase that amount of healing by 1, which in a card like Mare Nostrum, if you heal for 6, you instead heal for 7. Maybe not necessarily the biggest deal ever, but with this Honey, if you play Honey and then you play a Lend-Lease, and Honey heals you 4, if you have an Indian Brigade on the board, it's going to be healing you 8, and that's going to quickly get you into range for this Commonwealth lethal. or the Spirit of Rome secondary lethal option, which can also be combined on the Indian Brigade, which has Fury, to make a very, very large Fury infantry if you can get those stars to align. So we'll see if this very sort of off the beaten path Britain Italy control deck will work. And then we see Japan Italy control deck, which is just outside of the realm of anything we have ever seen in a tournament before. This deck, it's not quite your traditional control. The curve is relatively low, but it's certainly not an aggro deck. You do still have these 3 copies of Mare Nostrum. There is a single Akita, there's some Type 94s, but this is really more for controlling the opponent's board, because I'm sure he is expecting to deal with a lot of these flood decks like Jaggro, like Frontline. And then the win condition of the deck, once again, he has a Spirit of Rome. He seems to really like this card, so I'm very interested to see if we have just all been collectively sleeping on Spirit of Rome for the last 3 years. But then he has Shiden, he has Kika, he has To the Last Man. So I think he's just going to try to heal up, draw a bunch of cards, finish off his opponents with these large fighters, and potentially Spirit of Rome. And then last but not least, he has US-Italy Ramp. And this is a deck that we have seen once or twice in tournaments before. And essentially the point of this deck is you play your early ramp cards like War Machine, and you try to harness these extra credits you gain early for cards like 5th Rangers, like the 7th Alpini, like the 2nd California, and then to make up for the fact that these are somewhat slow-moving infantry with huge attack, you of course then run 3 Mare Nostrum to make 5th Rangers, instead of just an 8/8, it makes it a 9/9 that heals you 9 every time it attacks, and then it has the normal ramp payoffs like high altitude bombing, seaborne invasion at the end. And something I think we've seen a problem with a lot of previous US-Italy ramp decks is they go too all in on the ramp, they go too all in on the late game. We see that this is actually a relatively low curve. It's sort of the most of his cards are in the 4 to 5 range, so I think he's not going to have these completely dead bricked hands against aggro early, which I think is actually a very good call for a tournament like this, where we are going to see a lot of aggro in Thanatron's lists. We saw 3 of his 4 decks were aggro. So with 3 Mare Nostrums in the Soviet, Japan, and US deck, and 2 Mare Nostrums in the Britain deck, he is certainly intending to heal a lot with this lineup.
So lineups like this always throw me off a little bit, but we do have to remember that Nanami has made it to the top 4, defeated Uhumoi in the top 16. So like this is a fairly grueling event, and despite the fact that these are maybe a little bit off meta, they've kind of proven their worth here. So now, Jake, I normally ask you the heavily strategic questions, but when I have a question about somebody just bringing absolute shenanigans, I have to go to Berto. I feel like that's his specialty. So, Berto, what would possess somebody to bring Italy ally 4 times in one tournament?
Spirit of Rome is fun, isn't it? You know, if you love Spirit of Rome and it's your first tournament appearance, you can say, well, I can bring all the same meta decks and, you know, maybe even have my name forgotten in a few months. Or I can do my stuff, I can bring Spirit of Rome, and I can have my name etched into the annals of history. You know? And I respect his decision there.
I will say, if you're trying to make a name for yourself, winning a tournament with this lineup, I think would do that. I think would absolutely put your name down in history. We don't know. I don't know anything about Nanami for that record. Do we know anything about, you know, where they've come from, who they've practiced with, anything like that?
I've seen them in the top 38 on ladder a couple times in the last 3, 4, 5 months. So they're certainly around. Other than that, I don't know much about them. As far as I'm aware, they've never made it through qualifiers to the main event of OCC. But I mean, they had a very good showing in the Swiss round. They got through the top 16, and they clearly have some degree of creativity in their deck building and their lineup building. So maybe it's only a matter of time before we see them crack into that top 8 OCC.
And when they do, if they have selected anything but Spirit of Rome as their favorite card, I will be thoroughly, thoroughly disappointed. All right, we've taken a look at both decks for our first semifinal. Just quickly here, between Thanatron and Nanami. Berta, let's start with you. Any thoughts on who may have a leg up here just based on deck lists?
I have to stick with the tried and true here. I'm not seeing how the Spirit of Rome decks are fast enough to consistently be in control of the board, to not be getting hit down low, to not turn off these Spirit of Romes, even if you're able to get a Mare Nostrum to stabilize. I'm having a hard time envisioning it in my head how these decks really compete with the powerful openers that are so common from Thanatron's lists.
No, I can appreciate that, but Jaking, at the same time, Nanami's made it to this point, so you have to assume that they've probably dealt with a Jagro or two throughout the tournament.
So I think I would have to favor Thanatron in this tournament, in this matchup as well. However, I think it's going to be very, very close because he does have 3 aggro decks. We might see that German-Italy be banned and just target the 3 aggro decks. We might see Air be banned just because Air can often just out-tempo Mare Nostrum Italy ally control decks. And I think it's going to be close. I definitely think a lot of those decks are capable of taking wins. That Japan-Italy deck in particular looks a little too weak in my eyes, but I've also never seen it play. So I am happy to be proved wrong. But it just seems a little not up to par as the other 3 decks, and I think Thanatron is likely going to be able to target that in a prolonged best-of-5 matchup, but I definitely don't think it's going to be like a stomp 3-0. And yeah, he's made it this far, so he's definitely capable of proving us wrong.
Regardless, it's going to be a fun first series. Let's take a look at the decks for our second semifinal here. We're going to go ahead and bring up Diane here. 4-1 Swiss record. Berto, why don't you walk us through what Diane's bringing today?
Yeah, so first up, we have a very interesting German US ramp deck. So one of the main strengths of this deck is that you're able to play War Machine into 5th Rangers, which is just so much tempo and can really make an issue for your opponent. But interestingly, we also have things like Lurking Danger and Careless Talk to play a little more like a control deck when you need to. Which I don't think we've seen this sort of hybrid version like that with the Lurking Danger plus Careless Talks, so I'm very interested to see how this deck plays, and it even goes way up to the top end running King Tiger. So that's really exciting. Next up, we have another ramp deck with Soviet US ramp, again, trying to really take advantage of War Machine into 5th Rangers. And also use cards like We Can Do It and Flying Fortress, which are really potent cards with all these guards you get from the Soviet list. The Soviet nation, I should say. And then we have a Britain-Germany discard deck, which can be really frustrating to play against. I'm sure a lot of people know, with things like supply shortage, which are able to just eat through all of your aggression, and in combination with Root Out, in combination with Fog of War, and then you start to get into these wolf packs, these case yellows and annihilations to really just eat away at the rest of your hand, leaving you with almost nothing, and then they can finish you off with just about any unit in their deck, but particularly Mosquito or Wellington, Lancaster B3. And finally, we have a US-German aggro frontline deck. Again, interestingly, we see 22nd Infantry in this deck, which is not something we saw from Thanatron's lineup, but if you're able to control the front line, it can really press your advantage even further, which is not something this deck struggles with. But, if you're able to get ahead more and more, it can really make a huge difference in these close matchups.
Thank you, Berto. We see the frontline list that we've seen, countless times. The other three are all, tournament meta-ish decks, right? We've seen them fairly regularly. Any thoughts, Berto, around what would have Diane kind of construct their lineup this way? Anything they're looking to target or anything specific they're looking to highlight here?
Well, I think the ramp decks are particularly good against control, because with this fifth rangers on turn 3, with that strategy, you really want to get it into the front line against. Well, you want to get it into the front line. And if you're playing against an aggro deck, if you're playing against something like Jagro, then they're already going to have the front line, and you're going to be trading off, which is okay, but it's not really its strongest point. You really want it in the front line on turn 4 to create an issue for your opponent. So I think he's trying to target control with these ramp decks.
Would you agree, though, J. King, that that's kind of the game plan here?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think that German deck is particularly heavy. That Soviet deck is particularly heavy. The British deck, the British discard, it does have 2 honeys and 2 fortifications, but it's dropped to Seaforth, and it is quite heavy on the late game as well. And then that just makes me very interested why it's US German at the end of that list. If you told me, like, if you just showed me the first 3 decks, then asked me to finish the 4th deck, and it's US, and I'm seeing the German US ramp and the Soviet US ramp, I'm assuming that's going to be a US Soviet ramp, a US Italy ramp, a US Britain ramp. Instead, it's Frontline. And I mean, Frontline's easily one of the top 3 decks in the game right now, so it's absolutely not a bad deck to have at the end of your lineup. But potentially, maybe not a weakness to target, but if he's playing against an opponent like Thanatron, where he has 3 aggro decks and 1 anti-aggro deck, if he can get that anti-aggro into frontline matchup, that is going to give him a chance to get out of the bind the 3 control decks are putting him in. And I would just like to quickly mention something about Dion's lineup there, or specifically the German deck. Berto, I feel like you're burying the lead on that German deck because you didn't mention the Exploit the Gap or the Kriegsmarine, which I don't know what Dion's cooking here with this deck, but seems like a Dion classic. I feel like every time we've seen Dion get far into a tournament, he's just bringing some wild things. Like, if people remember the very first time we ever saw Dion, January OCC 2021, or 2022, sorry, and he came in brand new player, and he just had 2 OTK decks and mid-range, the US frontline. So that actually seems to be the Dion special. Just bring some absolutely crazy decks and US mid-range. And it's gotten him to the finals of several opens. It's gotten him to the finals of an OCC. And yeah, let's see if it can get him another tournament victory here today.
I was going to say, kind of came out of nowhere, but since then has done pretty okay with that Dion Classic, if you will. So their opponent will be Bezio, who's also no stranger to the tournament scene. Let's see what Bezio is packing here in this top 4. J. King, why don't you take us through Bezio and his perfect 6-0 Swiss record?
All right, so Bezio is just on an absolute tear. Just talk about the player for a little second here. First, 3 OCC qualifiers in a row, and then a perfect Swiss record. He is just absolutely dominating, particularly these off-stream events. So let's see if he can transfer that onto the big screen here today. And what he is looking to try to do that with is a pretty standard lineup, at least the first 3 decks for sure. He's got US German frontline. And as Berto pointed out with Dion's version, with Dion running the 22nd, Bezio is on a version much more similar to Thanatron's, if not exactly the same, where the German cards are 2 Blitzkriegs, 2 Whirlwinds, 3 35Ts, and then he's got the Greyhounds, he's got the double patrol. This is what I quite like myself as well, where you're just trying to take out these guards, get tanks into the front line, and blitzkrieg out your opponent as quickly as possible. And then his second deck is the Britain-Japan Air. It would not be a tournament in this meta without an air deck. And we've seen another one here today. He's got the 2 air superiorities, 2 Sonias, 3 Type 94s compared to Thanatron's 3 air superiorities, 1 Sonia, 2 Type 94s. So we definitely see a fair amount of mix-up. Nobody's really ever figured out a solid agreed-upon list for air, and with the meta changing, it seems like we're never going to get that. But maybe this tournament can show which of those decks is better. And then for his third deck, he has Soviet France control, and this has been a mainstay of all his tournament lineups for the last 4 or 5 months. Every time I've seen a Bezio lineup, he has this Soviet France control deck, and he absolutely loves it. However, we've also seen the Soviet France control deck be sort of the deck that fails to get across the line in those round ones of OCCs. So it does seem like he's changed his lineup a little bit here. He's definitely much more anti-aggro than a lot of other Soviet France decks. We see he's got 2 Scorched Earths in there, 3 Bryansks, 2 Petliakovs. That's going to be very, very, very strong against Frontline, which we do see Diane and Thanatron bringing Frontline here today. And then his last deck is where things get a little off meta. Not quite. It's a Japan-Britain air deck, and this has been definitely increasing in popularity, not anywhere near the Britain-Japan version. But what I really love about Japan-Britain air is everybody's really got their own take on it, and we see Bezio is running home defense, he's running Admiral Yamamoto, and these are definitely cards that we don't typically see. He's got 3 copies of the A5M4 Claude, which I do not believe we've ever seen in a tournament before. And I'm just very excited to see how this deck is going to work. It seems to be much more based around getting early planes on the board to try to get value out of cards that affect all air units like World of Skies, like Yamamoto, rather than relying on a lot more of these board clears as we've seen other decks, although he definitely still has the 2 Empire Strikes and the naval operations. So I think this is actually a very, very solid lineup here.
So now that we've seen Bezio's lineup, we've seen Diane's lineup, Jaking, any thoughts on who may have a leg up here, just strictly based on the deck lists?
I mean, going exclusively off of deck lists, I think I'd have to give Bezio the edge. He does have, I mean, he has 3 pretty aggressive decks. I definitely don't think Dion's lineup is particularly capable of dealing with air. I expect one of those 2 air decks to be banned and the other one to get a relatively easy win. And same thing with Frontline. I don't think Frontline is going to be stuck too much. And it's that Soviet France deck that comes down to, is Dion able to target that Soviet France control deck? It is on the anti-aggro side of things. And Dion definitely looking to target control. However, I mean, Soviet France control is one of the most popular control decks for a reason. It is tried and true, and it is tested. And Dion is running a lot of the brand new things. He's running a lot of flashy things, and I think it definitely can beat Soviet France, but Soviet France can definitely beat it back. I don't think it's going to be like a 90-10 matchup by any means. So exclusively on lineup, I would have to give the edge to Bezio. However, if I had to put money on this match, I think I'd still put that on Dion, because I just haven't seen Bezio prove that I would assume that it's nerves, because he seems to just absolutely crush every off-stream tournament and off-stream event, off-stream games, and then as soon as he gets to a streamed match, that's immediately where he falters. So it might just be the nerves of being on stream, being under that pressure. And Dion, we have seen perform excellently on stream. He's been on stream, he's been high in tournaments numerous times. So just I think that experience would give Dion the edge in my mind.
Yeah, like you had mentioned, Bezio has qualified 3 times in a row through the qualifiers for the OCC, which is like outstanding in and of itself, but hasn't been able to really pull the trigger once they got to the event. Berto, what about on your side, from a deck perspective, from a player perspective? Who do you have in the second semifinal?
I think it's Bezio's time. I think he's had those falters, yes, but he's on the 6-0 and he's ready to make it an 8-0. Let's go, Bezio.
Amazing. I can appreciate the rhyme, and we will find out who is going to be taking home the lion's share of our $1,500 prize pool in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. It is the main event, the top 4 of KARDS Open 16. Hello, everybody, and welcome to KARDS Open 16. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by J King and by the Happy Burrito. Unfortunately, Berto's having some internet challenges. He will be here in all his vocal goodness, but we will not see any moving pictures today. $1,500 in the line. Our top four are all here. We got best of fives. We got one band. We have a lot of action going on before the Brothers in Arms release on June 27th. This is kind of the last chance for some of these decks before the reserve pool kicks in. Let's just jump in and let's take a peek at what who we're going to see competing here today as we jump into the bracket. There you've got the top 16. You get to kind of see how everybody dove in to the top four. Everybody walking away today with a little bit of cash. J King, anything you see on this bracket that you're like, oh wow, that's a big win, or that's a surprising kind of underdog story that's helped some of these folks get to the top four here?
So yeah, definitely. On the right, where we see Bezio and Diane get through, we see Bezio taking out Asymptosim and Leo. Asymptosim, I got through. He's a qualifiers player in OCC. He's played in a whole lot of qualifiers. He got into the top 8 recently. So win over him, definitely strong. And then a 3-2 over Leo, who just has an insane track record in tournaments. Doesn't play in a lot of tournaments, but when he does, he usually dominates. So very solid performance from Bezio, but again, 6-0 in the Swiss round and just crushing Open, or the OCC qualifiers. Not too surprising. Dion taking out Baron von Glauer 3-0 and Gorky 3-1, just on a steamroll to the finals. But what gets really interesting is on the other side, where we have Thanatron and Nanami, who are two very relatively new tournament players, especially getting this far into a tournament. We see Thanatron 3-2. Unfortunately, I forget this player's name, but they were in the top 6 last month, and I believe the month before. They're becoming a regular OCC player, and then a 3-2 over Noan 5. And honestly, in my mind, a 3-2 is actually more impressive than like a 3-1 or a 3-0 in this situation, because it's not just they were having a bad day, or it was just like a massive lineup counter. It went the distance, and Thanatron was able to stick in there not once, but twice against two very veteran, seasoned players. And then Nanami on the other side, 3-0 against Moy and 3-1 against Head. Again, two, at this point, very regular tournament players, just absolutely demolishing them. So despite being less seasoned and known as Bezio and Dion, Thanatron and Nanami absolutely taking big names to get here.
And Berto, you had kind of said during the pre-show that you think it might be Bezio's time. Is that a question of experience, of momentum into this event, or deck lists?
I think it's a combination of deck lists being really strong and a combination of his momentum really being there. And I feel like if you're so dominant in these tournaments and then you begin to falter at the streamed shows, I think that eventually you're going to find that success. And of course, I don't know if that success is today. I don't want to make any sort of gambler's fallacy that he's bound to hit now. He's had so many chances, but I think that that time is going to come, and I think today could be the day.
It's also worth noting that, unfortunately, faltering so many times in the quarterfinals of the OCC, that might not get him enough points to get into the ultimate. That's not getting him into the parts of the tournament where there's any degree of payout. But top 4 in the Open, that's already a guaranteed cash, which is, I believe, a first for him in a KARDS tournament. So to some degree, he has already made it, at least certainly to a greater extent than he has already. So this is already really his peak in KARDS. Although, I mean, despite not maybe being as prestigious, 3-0 in qualifiers in OCC in a row is absolutely insane. I don't think there's any other player who has won 3 qualifiers, period, let alone 3 in a row. So yeah, a crazy amount of momentum going into this tournament.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Bezio just I don't need to be top six. I've proven that I can qualify through a pretty grueling, series of matches to get there. So that is absolutely impressive. And to your point, J King, just being even fourth today, which nobody wishes that on Bezio, but that's $200. That is not bad for playing cards. So we're gonna see Bezio in the second semifinal. But first up here, we're gonna have Thanatron taking on Nanami. Now we went through all the decks in deep analysis during the pre-show. You can check all that on demand later on, but let's just quickly run through what we expect to see in this first series. Berto, why don't you walk us through what Thanatron's got going on here?
Sure. So we have the standard Brit Japan Air, classic aggro deck, very powerful. Again, another classic and powerful aggro deck in Japan, Germany, Jagro, running the 2-order Feigned list, and a nice little Germany-Italy control deck, one of Thanatron's favorite decks, I hear, from J King. And another aggro deck, or mid-range in this case, the US Germany frontline list.
Right on. And so this is going to be best of 5 with one ban. So there will be a ban taking place. One of these decks is going to get knocked out. But before we do that, let's take a look at Nanami's lineup. J King, we're seeing a lot of Italy here.
Yeah, so the first deck here is Soviet Italy Self-Damage, which is sort of a mid-range style tempo deck. We've seen a lot of this style of deck before. Then we get into his control deck. So he has a Britain-Italy control with the notable card Commonwealth as sort of the finisher. Then his Japan-Italy control, which has a much lower curve and is going to try to win on just sort of these solid mid-range units. Maybe control is actually too much for maybe it is sort of a Japan-Italy mid-range deck. And then last but not least, he has his US-Italy ramp deck with not an excessive amount of ramp. It's sort of ramping into, again, a nice curve of mid-range units with all 4 of these decks having several copies of Mare Nostrum.
Want to be able to kind of go the distance here. Let's take a look now at the bans and see exactly what decks we are going to see and which ones are going to get dropped in this first matchup. So there you go, Thanatron's Germany. So that's that more control style list, and Nanami's losing the Soviet list. I mean, again, kind of that self-damage with Mare Nostrum to kind of heal yourself back up. Any initial thoughts seeing these bans, Berto?
Yeah, so I am pretty surprised by Nanami not banning the Britain Air deck. It's obviously a very powerful deck, but it's also really hard for these Italy minor decks to get Mare Nostrum on something to hit a unit in the backline. Usually it's a lot easier if your opponent is putting lots of units up to the front line, which of course Brit Air is not doing, but instead opting to ban this Germany-Italy control deck. So that seems a little strange to me. I wonder if J King has a little further insight on this potentially.
So what this tells me is with this lineup, Nanami was 100% targeting aggro. And I am a little worried that he might be sticking to the plan too much in that regards, because if you actually take a look at Thanatron's German-Italy deck, it has a lot of anti-aggro tools, which are going to be essentially useless in these matchups against all of these Italian ally control decks. And it's not going to be a wonderful matchup. You're not going to stomp it in any way, shape, or form. But I think like the US-Italy ramp, the British-Italy Commonwealth deck, they can certainly take wins off that German-Italy. And I'm less convinced in their ability to take wins off of air. I agree with Berto absolutely on that. And I think maybe it's not enough to just say, well, air is an aggro deck, I'm targeting aggro, don't ban air. You have to actually look at the matchups, and this might be where that experience comes in. Why experience is so important in these tournaments.
I would tend to agree. I think that having that experience it teaches you flexibility and understanding exactly what your opponent is bringing. Like you said, Nanami might be sticking a little bit too tight to the plan, saying, I'm just going to ban anything that isn't aggro and go from there. But, you're also, and either of you can correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like control versus aggro can be a little bit of a fine line, right? Aggro gets a good start, and you can be in trouble if you draw a bit of a clunky hand. So it can still be a bit of a coin flip depending how the game start out. So I'm curious to see how this plan will pay out versus having that bit more of a control mirror matchup where you get some time to kind of flush out your plan and come up with a strategy that's going to work. On the other side of the ban, was this just a question of, okay, out of the four lists, the Soviet Italy one's probably the most classic, the strongest of the bunch, and we're going to go and ban that?
I think
Well,
there's. Oh, you can go ahead, Berto.
it could partially be that, but there's also the aspect that you are expecting your air or maybe your Germany, Italy to get banned, and then you're coming into this with two decks that classically get countered by self damage, the Jagro and the US mid range. So at that point, it just makes a lot of sense to ban this self damage when it has 2 out of 3 matchups being really favored.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think there's definitely a degree of banning Soviets of this is sort of the known deck in this lineup, and the other three decks nobody's really played before or played much of before, and there's probably a reason for that. But also, just you are very confident that your front line and your Jaggro decks are not getting banned, so yeah, the self damage is going to have 2 out of 3 of the matchups being very, very favored to get a win with, and you don't really want to give your opponent any degree of momentum in the matchup.
And what gives the self damage such a strong advantage against, let's say, sorry, against Jagro? Too many J's. Against Jagro and against the frontline list.
Well, Bert, I know you love self damage, so do you want to take this one?
I just didn't want to cut you off again. So I think what it really comes down to is self damage is a reactive deck. You use your reactive cards like these sickles and these red dawns, which then enable you to get these 34th guards down, but it has to go in that order. So your opponent needs to be developing things onto the board for your strategy to really work effectively. And so against Jagro and against Frontline, which are forced to do that as it's part of their game plan, then self damage it plays into their hand. Whereas against a control list, for example, they don't need to play units early, and they're able to just assemble lots of answers, and then self damage becomes very slow in those different kinds of matchups.
Right on, and here we have it. So we are diving into this first all Japan matchup here in the first of 2 semifinals in KARDS Open 16.
So going into this game exclusively off of matchups, I would imagine Thanatron's Japan-German Feigned Retreat deck is heavily favored. However, Nanami, a very solid hand, and he's just going to full keep. And I'm not too surprised about that. On the other side, Thanatron also full keeps, which to me is a little more surprising, especially with that Whirlwind in there. Although there's definitely a fair share of air units. He could be looking to pin with that, and a very powerful opener of Bicycle Regiment Yokosuka and the 15th Cavalry.
I feel like this is a bit of a mistake here for Thanatron, though. I don't know why you wouldn't lead with the Yokosuka when you have 2 other Blitz units in hand to bring this Yokosuka up to 3 damage in the front line.
Yeah, with where this turn is likely headed, with the Yokosuka and Cavalry both being played, that is going to be 1 less damage that Thanatron is dealing here. If he had a Type 93 to buff the attack of this Bicycle Regiment, it would be dealing 4 damage rather than the Yokosuka's 3 in that situation. However, Type 93 not in his hand, so yeah, I would have to agree with you, maybe a bit of a slip up, and the 33rd Recon is sort of the perfect answer to this turn 1 Bicycle Regiment, and it draws him into his second 33rd Recon. And it's looking like the very low curve of this Japan-Italy deck is going to be helping a lot in this matchup. That's a very early use of Honorable Death. It's certainly limiting the damage early, but that's such a useful card in the future to either pick off very annoying units in the support line, like a 22nd Infantry or a Type 93, or very importantly, to take out a Sendai Regiment, which might have been played on a guard unit, like this Takasagi we see in his hand. So I'm a little worried by that early use of Honorable Death, but I mean, the board is not looking too against him, and this Fiat coming down is going to start to heal up.
And what do you think about this previous turn from Thanatron on his turn 3 deciding to move up Akita instead of Whirlwind? I find that a little bit surprising. Just the extra health from the Whirlwind and the ability to stop these Fiats from really getting into the game. I would have thought that was a little bit better than the Akita here.
I think the idea might have been saving the Whirlwind to be able to blitz all the way and attack something in the support line, like he's doing on this turn. There's a very good ordering here to trade the Akita first, so he pulls the Befelswagen, he loses the front line, so he's able to regain it and pull the Befelswagen. But yeah, there is, I mean, likely the reason he kept Whirlwind in his hand to begin with. There is a large number of air units, like these 2-cost Fiats, that are going to be quite annoying. And Thanatron, he's got the key, but Nanami has the Sendai to answer right back, and this Desperate Measures with a very solid hand here. Choosing to go for the Scouting Party is a very interesting choice over the Dina or the Aichi or the Fiat. I think, in my mind, all three of those options would be more favorable than getting out these 1-2s.
Yeah, it's not like he needs the draw at this point, but any option here seems good for Nanami.
And the Sendai takes out the key, but Thanatron's Sendai will take out Nanami's Sendai to get the key back on board, and the 35 team will clear the front line, but giving Nanami another card draw. And, I mean, these recons and scouting parties, when we were looking at the list for the first time, I was worried that this deck might not have enough draw. I mean, he's near the point of overdrawing, and it looks like he's going to surprise attack, then play Dina to find another Type 94. Actually finds 2 more Type 94s, because both recons are out of the deck, meaning he gets the guaranteed kill on the key, and Thanatron at this point is probably very happy he's playing 2 Order Feigned. Although maybe wishes he's playing 1 Order Feigned, because at this point you need your Feigned Retreat. You're completely out of cards, and it is way too ambitious to think that this 22nd is going to stick on the board for more than a single turn.
Ooh, and that is the errata that gives him a chance, a 50-50.
And Bombing Raid draw is so huge, and Sendai is put directly in the middle, giving Bombing Raid max possible value, and that is actually a huge difference. If he is forced to trade an additional unit there, that's quite big. However, Desperate Measures is not terrible here, and oh, that is huge! Desperate top deck means he can clear almost the entire board and play Errata to get the guaranteed Feigned Retreat and play Feigned Retreat on the same turn. He just needs to make sure he doesn't play Feigned Retreat first. I don't think he's going to make that mistake, though. And there it is. Desperate Measures and Feigned Retreat. And can you imagine if he had drawn a Bombing Raid in that situation? That Errata? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I can't imagine it, unfortunately.
And despite having no cards in hand, I think this game is now starting to favor Thanatron, because he's going to gain access to the rest of his deck. And sitting at 17 health, Nanami's low curve and very cheap cards, this is where the downside of having that is going to start coming off, is because you can't end the game quickly. And I believe if he plays Second Raiding Brigade on the Takasagi, he will discard the card he draws, ending his Feigned Retreat chain. So he does play it on the Fiat instead, which I think is the correct call. And, I mean, he's drawing. He can trade out the other Fiat if he wants. This will also stop any potential Mary Nostrum, although he'll likely take the front line. Type 93 draw is very good, because it means now you don't have to trade out the Errata to take out this Fiat.
Which is also reducing the total healing for Nanami, which is very huge, of course. in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, and something that might come back to bite Nanami in the future here is the placement of his units on the right side of the HQ. Because Thanatron still has a Sendai in his deck, and if the Sendai comes down on the Takasagi, Nanami will have the ability to take out the Sendai, especially with this attack and the colonies in his hand. However, the Takasagi will come back on the far right of the board, blocked from guarding the HQ by this Sendai. Now, granted, there's nothing to undo the Sendai, so there's not much to stop Nanami from trading it off immediately, or pushing it up. But that's still, now there's an Aichi in the way, and the Aichi cannot as easily be traded, can't as easily be pushed to the front line. And that full hand from Nanami we saw earlier, 4 cards, and none of those 4 cards look like they're going to be particularly easily ending the game, or quickly ending the game.
Now, Thanatron is already able to clear out this front line with type 93 into trading with the cavalry and laying down the Whirlwind.
And the Takasagi discard will go through, but Thanatron has 3 cards in his hand at this point. So he's not worried about losing his any potential feigned chain that he has going. And he actually draws the Akita here, which means he's going to get a potential ping. Although maybe you don't want it to hit the Aichi, because you have the Whirlwind that you can potentially push to the front line in the future.
Yeah, this is really scary, drawing that Signal Regiment. Oh, but it does not hit it.
And I think maybe Thanatron was considering... there's a couple different considerations. You could trade the Errato in first, so you get the Sendai, or you get the signal down before killing the Takasagi, so you guaranteed to don't get rid of it. He also could have been considering killing the Aichi, so that if the Akita does hit the Aichi, will actually fully remove it from the board. Instead, he decides to go face. And, I mean, Nanami has a whole lot of he has a whole lot of heal in his hand, but not a whole lot of card draw, and not a whole lot of units. So he's going to be able to take out this Aichi, he's going to start healing back some of his health. But Thanatron still has a Sendai, or not a, well, he has a Sendai in his hand, but he also still has Shiden in the deck, and there's not any particularly easy or quick answers to that Sendai. Sorry, Shiden.
I was wondering.
Got Sendai on my mind. There's a Sendai in the front line, a Sendai in... And Thanatron's running low on cards in his deck, but again, with that Shiden guaranteed in the deck, guaranteed to find it, and still a decent number of Blitz tanks, from my recollection.
I'm a little surprised that the Type 93 trades here instead of this bicycle. I would have thought just prioritizing the damage here would be priority numero uno.
Yeah, and I mean, Thanatron very clearly liking this bicycle regiment. To the last man top deck from Nanami, that is huge. That is just, I mean, he's thinking about it. I don't know what there is to think about. Like, you just have to play this. You take 4 damage, but then you lose your pinned Aichi, but you get your other Aichi back, and signals off the board, and you can figure out a way to deal with Shiden in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. You are dead to the sheet and you know your opponent has in the deck, but unfortunately for Thanatron, he does not have it in hand yet.
And Thanatron's deck is getting very, very small. There's only 3 more healing in the hand of Nanami, but he does have this decisive defense he can hold up, which can stop the first attack of the Shiden, and there we see it in hand. And you've seen Desperate Measures, you've seen Bombing Raid. At this point, surely you keep the Type 93 in hand for the combination of Type 93 Shiden, so you can take out the decisive defense in 1 hit.
With all these board clears gone, you can still keep going wide, right? With Panzer 35T, maybe another Type 94.
I mean, I think it's probably that he's looking at his deck list. I think he probably, or his deck size. I think it's possible that he only has 1 or 2 more cards left in his deck, so he doesn't want to play too many units and risk dying on fatigue. And Decisive and Takasagi, this actually, depending on how Thanatron it does these trades, this could be quite a big deal. He's going to keep the Shiden in the hand, and he's certainly...
Ooh.
Oh, this Takasagi has a 1 in 4 to discard Shiden, though. Hits the 22nd. Now, Decisive Defense is triggered, but that can be fully traded out. And this is going to be close. If you play the... I think that's...
Wait.
I think he might have
Wait.
just thrown the game by playing that Martyr, because the Martyr can't attack with double attack from Shiden, which means you can't end the game next turn, so you're taking at least 2 more fatigue, which means you can't play another unit, meaning this Shiden cannot come out. Thanatron has lost the game.
Yeah, and the Audacity looks like it... Oh? Oh no!
Oh!
Nanami!
No, Nanami in the incorrect order. Not forcing a draw out of Thanatron, but it doesn't matter. Nanami is going to win this game on 1 health.
Oh my goodness. What a tight game.
1 credit, 1 damage. And that 1 damage he missed on turn 2. Had he played the Yokosuka instead of the Bicycle Regiment, he would have won this game.
Wow.
I'm just floored. What a crazy game. I thought that this Japan deck was the weakest in his lineup, and I stand by that. That game was incredibly close, and we saw deck empty, only card in hand, Spirit of Robe with no infantry in sight, and much lower health than the opponent, but wow. I'm at a loss of words after that one. And Thanatron is going to need to show some crazy resilience to pick himself up after that game.
I also want to note that Thanatron, with very few cards in his deck, had Lethal with Shiden at one point in that game, if he just found it very slightly earlier, and it wasn't right at the bottom.
Yeah, I believe Shiden was the 3rd. It was definitely in the bottom 4 cards for sure. I think maybe in the bottom 3. I think it might have been the 3rd last card in his deck. And if it was anywhere higher, he won that game. That is a game of incredibly fine margins, but we're headed straight into game 2. And this is going to be the Britain-Italy list. And if you're Nanami, you're feeling very happy with your hand. You got the Indian Brigade, you got the Honey, you got double supply shortage. That's sort of exactly what you want. But Thanatron also very, very happy with his hand. And generally, if you have a common, popular meta aggro deck with a good hand, it's probably going to end up beating out the weird custom control deck with a good hand. And this might actually have to force out a supply shortage if Nanami wants to keep these units on board, which I imagine he does, because the combination of Honey plus Indian Brigade is huge.
You can also just cash out with the Convoy here, which I do like.
Yeah, that's what he chooses to do. He gets another 4 healing off the Honey. And now Thanatron has to pick one of these 2 units to destroy. I imagine it's going to be the Honey. And he has another 2 credits to utilize after that. He's going to get up the Red Devils. I quite like this. And if Combat Engineers sticks, another supply shortage shows up. And at this point, do you pass, or do you get a supply shortage taking on these higher health units? I mean, this supply shortage is an absolutely crazy card, but it's not good all the time 100% on its own. You need to play supply shortage to take out wide boards and let your units gain an advantage. But if you're in a situation like this where you don't have any units, you just have supply shortage, and you don't want to take too much damage. Pioneer Company, crazy card, but again, not doing a lot in this situation, and he's forced to play a second supply shortage, and Thanatron's hand is still massive. I mean, on the other side, Thanatron might not be expecting a third supply shortage.
But it seems like he is. He's still playing around it. He could be getting these 30 seconds out of his deck to thin out his deck and reduce the chance of some bad draws.
Oh, top deck Lend-Lease on turn 6 with the Pioneers on board, letting Nanami play it out. The 3-1 Whirlwind will die. 5th Rangers, though, very strong draw. And we see that Lend-Lease finds Monty and Shellin. I mean, Nanami's still not quite there. He's actually dropped below his starting 20 health, despite the 6 healing he got off the Indian Brigade and Honey combo together. And you can... The Whirlwind is stopping this Wrath Lightning from being too useful, but he can line for a day and attack in the colonies to clear out the front line. Thanatron will be able to draw with Sherman, or he can go for a We Can Do It on several units. And this Churchill Avery that's been sitting in hand since the beginning of the game, these are the turns where it's going to start to get really useful, because if Thanatron goes for a play like 30 second, We Can Do It, that's going to get hard punished. So instead he goes for the Sherman here.
And if you want to play around it to the fullest extent, you would move up this Greyhound, but I'm not sure if that's really quite worth it.
Yeah, he decides to get his 30 seconds out of the deck, and Nanami here can do a couple different things. You could just play Monty, because if your opponent plays We Can Do It, which would be the natural follow-up to your board being Montied in this situation, Avery can sort of take out the value of that We Can Do It, plus it probably destroy most of those units. You also have the supply shortage. He decides to go for the shelling to take out all these 30 seconds, remove the credit slot earlier into the game, so that the removed credit slot has more of an advantage, and draws with research. And
I don't like the playing the radar here. I feel like you can wait at least one turn, see if you find something like an Indian Brigade or a Honey that you might weave in, get another extra defense here.
Yeah, that is actually a very high level use for a card like Radar, where you add Radar to hand, but since it costs 0 and you have 0 credits left on your turn, you're not going to be playing anything else no matter what you draw. There's not really a reason to play it. Now, if you're low on health and you're scared of dying and you want the health gain immediately, sure. But if you're playing anything like Honeys, like Crusaders, like Indian Brigades, Crusader not in Nanami's deck, but those types of cards that will gain a benefit off of playing a card like Radar, you should save it. And Thanatron goes for the Hellcat because he wants to start chipping away at this health to keep Nanami away from that Commonwealth total. But this Hellcat is also the main answer to Churchill Avery, which, if Churchill Avery comes out, especially if it comes out with a Mary Nostrum on it, is going to be very, very scary and very, very difficult to remove. The Air Landing Brigade, I don't think we have seen that card yet in tournament. Retreating the Hellcat into the support line, meaning this is going to be a 3-pinned support line with a full front line for Nanami, or a unit in the front line for Nanami, meaning Thanatron, he's going to half-track the Spitfire and play We Can Do It, I suspect, and the Churchill Avery is just going to come down and ruin his day. And
the one saving grace is that Nanami is not able to kill this Hellcat first, so you still have it as a potential answer to this Avery, but you're probably going to have to get through a lot of guards first.
Yeah, it isn't overdrawn. The half-track is overdrawn instead, and you would like to see the half-track in this situation. He does have another one in hand to send back this Air Landing Brigade, but you also know the Spitfire is still in hand. And Nanami's hand, I mean, at the start of the game, it was all supply shortages and orders, and other orders, but now 2 Black Watches, Wrath Lightning, Spitfire. He's got a quite impressive board already to begin with. It's starting to look scary. He might not need Commonwealth. And
I did.
Yeah.
I did misspeak last turn, because Thanatron is able to half track. He is able to Hellcat to kill this Avery right now. And I'm having a hard time seeing what else you're doing this turn.
And actually, yeah, this he's just gonna take out the Avery. And I mean, it doesn't feel great, but you also know if there's a second Mare Nostrum in hand that comes down on that Avery, that might as well just be game. And you have to be thinking about Thanatron's mental state here, because on paper you should be favored, but your opponent, they have Pioneer Regiment. They've played 2 supply shortages, Monty and shelling. They had the Avery after the shelling into Monty to retreat your full support line. Like, even if with a deck with so much to draw, a deck with 4 copies of supply shortage, these aren't necessarily the most surprising things in the world. They're not that unlikely. They are going to be hitting Thanatron's mental here. And I mean, it looked like he showed an incredible amount of mental resilience to get this far in his sets, especially against the game 5 against No One, I'm sure tested him. But this, I don't know if this is the type of decks he was played against from No One, and this might actually, this is verging on lethal, because that Spirit of Rome is a +10/+10. And it looks like he's just going to go for it. You've seen 2 half tracks from your opponent, so they literally can't get rid of this. And this is just going to be game. Thanatron, he could have played the 2 Shermans out last turn just to get more units on the board. Probably doesn't want to overextend into a Monsoon Law supply shortage, though. But it's not going to matter, because that 1 copy of Spirit Realm, it's going to take the game. And that is a 2-0 lead for Nanami.
I'm in shock. Nanami's decks are working. They're really showing up. Even after Thanatron managed to get those 2 supply shortages out for minimal value early on, and Nanami found his other 2 supply shortages and never even needed to use them.
Yeah, and I just have to go back to turn 5, turn 6 in that game for Thanatron. Especially that turn where he had the Whirlwind in the front line that was going to die to supply shortage. And he decided to use his 5 credits on that turn to move up the other Whirlwind and hit HQ with both Whirlwinds. On that turn, in his mind, he was thinking, my opponent has a very high health Commonwealth deck. They have a ton of healing. I should be trying to chip away at their health as much as possible throughout the game. But I think that might have been the turn where he needed to develop onto the board so he can get those weakened duets earlier, so he can get units that survive from supply shortage, so he can get units that are in the front line when this Avery comes down. And I think it really might have just come down to that 1 turn, but Thanatron can't be thinking about that now, because we are on to game 3, and it is the US-Italy ramp versus Thanatron's air. And this surely must be a favored matchup for Thanatron here, but Nanami has the War Machine on curve into his choice of 4 drops. I find the choice to go for 5th Rangers here quite baffling into a Sonya, specifically. Because the Sonya is going to allow him to kill any pinned unit. And he has the ability to take out Sonya in his hand with Attack in the Colony. I think maybe going for that 5th Rangers a little early here. Goes for Thunderbolt next. And these are just lining units up for Thanatron to kill with Sonya, because I fully expect that we will see the Type 94 come down, pin the Thunderbolt, and trade the Sonya. Thunderbolt will still draw a card, but you probably don't want a 4-drop and a 5-drop removed by a 1-drop. I mean, Air already has enough tempo in it without you just giving them free tempo on a platter. However, Nanami's deck has a lot of these 5-drops. He certainly has a lot of 5-drops to spare. So maybe you're fine sort of slowing your opponent's roll with this. He's still holding on to Attack in the Colonies. Goes for a War Bonds. This will allow him to play double Attack in the Colonies next turn. Potentially put 2 into Research if he wants to go for early nukes, if you think he can survive that long.
What do you think here for Thanatron? Like, I feel like the two plays are between Convoy and Spitfire. Convoy can be really potent if you find a close air support, but if you miss that, then you're kind of starting to dirtle around rather than the pressure from the Spitfire.
And he finds the close air support, and this is going to be heavily rewarded. It lets him put out 6 damage this turn. And it takes this... It takes the Gladiator out of range of attacking the colonies. We see the strategic bombing drawn that turn off of the war bonds. And a 5th Rage is coming down with 1 credit floated. If you're Thanatron, you now know your opponent does not have Mare Nostrum in hand. Which means you can go for this rush strategy. Another close air support drawn here. And Thanatron is just going to go all phase. Oh, sorry. He is going to trade out the 5th Rangers. And then send the other phase for 5. This is not quite lethal on board. And Nanami does have a way to remove 1 unit. He has a way to heal a little bit more. Chooses to take out the Swordfish here. Not that surprising with the 7th Alpini in hand. And if you're Thanatron, do you just slam the Spitfire, go phase for 5?
I imagine so. I believe it's only 1 copy of 7th Alpini in the deck. Let me take a look. Yep, it's only 1 copy of 7th Alpini.
And while you have the deck list open, can you confirm, does Nanami have Stars and Stripes in this list?
Yes, he does. 1 copy.
Okay, so yeah, Thanatron clearly well aware of that, playing around Stars and Stripes. By not playing out a 4th unit onto that board to bring Spitfire into Stars and Stripes range. And Nanami also picking up a Jasko there, which is going to drastically slow down this damage output. However, Shellid is going to let Thanatron take out Jasko, but this Gladiator can't attack base because of the 7th Albini. He's just going to hit it, play Swordfish, and you know you've seen the strategic bombing. You feel pretty safe in your support line on this current board, and you know you could just Lend-Lease next turn if things go poorly. However, things are going pretty poorly with the 101st move to the front line and now buffed by We Can Do It, and the Mare Nostrum pickup, and Type 94, you would have loved to have that in your hand last turn. Lend-Lease, but I feel like he kind of got a Lend-Lease into like something like an Albacore here. You can Type 94 pin, just to keep your units alive. He picked up the Empire Strikes. He has 2 bombers in hand. And actually, yeah, I feel like you need to go for the Type 94 pin here. Not only does it protect your Swordfish for this Empire Strikes, but it also reduces the cost on Wellington, making it easier, well, making it possible to do a big Empire Strikes next turn.
Also preserving this Swordfish for Piracy to be able to take out this 4/9 7th Albini.
And just, it's hard to favor Nanami here, just because he's so low on health, and it's Brit Air. And but just on the other hand, things are looking so good for him in his hand right now. Like this is what you want, but by moving up, oh, he goes for depth charges. I was about to say by moving up, he has actually given Thanatron lethal on board, but actually, no, he hasn't. Because now the 7th Alpini is going to stick in the front line. There's no way... Oh, he can kill it, though, with the Piracy and the Sexton and Airsoft to take out the California. He can just deal with this entire board.
Yeah, you do need to sacrifice this Type 94 to something, and you should not be sacrificing it to the 7th Alpini.
It looks like he's going for the 3 damage Empire Strikes Airsoft, but wait, this doesn't... Uh-oh.
Yeah, now you have board space issues. You can't attack that. It's guarded, Thanatron.
And so Nanami is going to get his heal in. Thanatron can still fully remove the board. It will, Nanami will get 4 healing, but Thanatron can still fully remove the board. And unfortunately, he does that. He doesn't do the order of operations correctly, which means an unpinned first is going to survive in the front line for this Mare Nostrum. And Patrol takes out the Aichi, and things just went from perfect to very, very bad as another California comes out here. I mean, Sexton can still pin it. The Parisy doesn't actually, because of the ambush, the Parisy can't take out the 101st, but you could Parisy
Wellington sure can.
Yeah, you can Wellington out the 101st, Parisy into the California. You can Wellington the 101st, just Sexton the California. I mean, maybe. Parisy, so he's going all out into a Stars and Stripes here. I feel like playing the Parisy here feels very risky. You're losing your board to a Stars and Stripes, and you're not gaining any immediate value out of this Parisy, especially with this California in the front line. Things are gonna get really annoying really quickly. Line for a day. We'll clean out the Wellington, which removes the Parisy effect, and Sexton will keep this California pinned, but it is blocking your 2 other ground units. And I would really like to see Thanatron trade out one of these 2 ground units just to keep Sexton alive if that 1 copy of Stars and Stripes is found. That is what he's going to do. He's actually going to trade out both, so he can also get out the Gladiator, fully remove the California Regiment. Doesn't have to worry about that in the future.
Ooh. It's a pretty big draw. It's not a mobilization, which is, of course, Nanami's main goal here.
The average size of Nanami's draws here are quite huge. However, Thanatron has way more card draw in his deck, as well as Thanatron has a slight health lead, Thanatron has a slight board lead, and we see some of this card draw coming into play. It's not going to pick up anything big, but he chose to save the naval supply run last turn. I would like to see it come out here now without the Gladiator, because, I mean, if your opponent actually could have Stars and Stripes in hand right now, if he had drawn it, he probably played it to only kill Aichi and actually buff Thanatron's board position. I think if you play Gladiator here, you are taking way too big of a risk. And Thanatron choosing to not even play the naval supply run, he's just going to hit face. Does Nanami run the countermeasures? Let me...
Okay, you go ahead, take a look. Thanatron does play the Gladiator, which is better at playing around high-altitude bombing.
And yeah, that's gonna work out for him. Nanami does not appear to be running either of the US elite countermeasures, which you often see in these types of decks. I'm sure Thanatron was just double-checking that himself when he saw Nanami float all his credits. And now it's going to be time for the Swordfish Naval Supply run. Take out the Dechuma. Go face for 3. You've set up lethal on board. Your opponent has 1 draw.
Better be a good one.
And you could even drop him to 3 and Monty, the Dechuma. I feel like that. Yeah, I do like this play a little better. And Nanami finds the mobilization. Can he find a Thunder to stay alive? Decisive Defense will keep him alive. Hellcat will keep him alive. Skytrain will keep him alive. Yeah, I mean, take your pick. If you play the Skytrain, it actually means it's going to stick. However, it will also give Thanatron the ability to play Monty. Or not, because Naval Supply Run discards Monty, which at this point, he's pretty happy with because it lets him up Ultra. So it wasn't an air defense that he was playing around last turn. It was the decisive defense. So that is going to be activated. He's going to hold up Ultra, and the problem here is Nanami. Yeah, Nanami's
Oh my
best
god.
draws aren't orders. Nanami's best draws here are these units, and specifically this Thunderbolt. The last copy in his deck, I believe that is the last fighter in his deck.
And the Jasko.
And Jasko off of Skytrain. That is so unfortunate. Thanatron picks up the rafts. He's going to be able to send back this Thunderbolt, I imagine. I mean, surely, right? You could
Yeah.
Kitty Hawk. I mean, you could Kitty Hawk HQ, airs up the guard, hit HQ, drop him to 4. That does not feel great.
No, that would seem acceptable without the Jasko on the board. But oh my goodness. Everything seeming to go right for Nanami here to give him a chance in this matchup.
Finds another Mare Nostrum. I believe this is the third one now. So I believe this actually might be the last healing in his deck. There's a second we can do it, actually. So at this point, do you play it out preemptively on the Thunderbolt just to give it more health? Do you hold on to it, make your opponent think it might be a Stars and Stripes? There's no more countermeasures in the deck. He's gonna play it on the Skytrain to take out the Gladiator. I quite enjoy this play. It's not the most healing ever, but you know your opponent does have just a limited number of units left, and even pushes. And I believe Thanatron does have a second Empire Strikes in deck. So Nanami certainly taking some amount of a risk here. And Thanatron, you can deal with the Thunderbolt. Not particularly well, but you could deal with the Thunderbolt without even drawing him another card. You can maybe just take out, you could take out both fighters and the front line without drawing your opponent any cards. Can you even do that and hold up Ultra? Yeah, you can do that and hold up Ultra. I think that's probably just your best play. You're not putting any damage into the HQ. However, that's lethal setup on board, and you've taken away your opponent's ability to do anything, and you just leave them with one top deck.
Again.
And you have an Ultra up.
Uh-oh.
And Thanatron might be tunnel visioning. He's leaving Thunderbolt on the board. He's just going face with Wrath. Presumably he's going to take out the Skytrain. He does hold up Ultra, however, Nanami gets a draw on Thunderbolt, which is going to allow him to find a second Dechima. Lion for a day won't do anything. I think second Dechima is the only possible draw. He's going to test for Ultra with Spirit of Rome. So he plays the We Could Do It to heal. Finds Hellcat, but doesn't have the credits for it. And what's left in Thanatron's deck? That looks like maybe 1, maybe 2 cards. Has he played HMS Illustrious this game?
Yes.
Yeah, he's played Wellington. He might have an Albacore. I mean, it is a
one swordfish. Oh man.
Which means he's 1 off lethal. And by doing this, it means he can't attack with the unit in the front line.
Oh no. Oh, playing
And
the
maybe
Empire Strikes there must have been a mistake.
Yeah, I think maybe he miscounted. Maybe he thought he had lethal. But Jasko doesn't just stop combat damage, it stops all forms of damage, including it lowering the damage from the Empire Strikes by 1. Or maybe he thought he had another credit to attack with the bomber after taking out the Thunderbolt. And Nanami just take out the Aichi with the Hellcat, trade into the fighter. You drop down to 1. Like, you're able to be dropped down to 1. Although, actually, that's kind of risky because, I mean, it's what you have to do. It's the only way to stay alive on board. But this is still possible for Thanatron to win because you trade out the Hellcat, you go face with the Aichi, you have lethal on board. There's a Dechima in deck. Again, I think it's there's a Dechima and there's a Stars and Stripes. Both keep him alive. Seaboard
Oh
Invasion,
my
he needs
goodness.
a blitz. He needs a blitz or a second Jasko. That's not a blitz, but he can get California. That is not a blitz either. Thanatron wins game by the skin of his teeth. And wow.
Oh my goodness.
This, I mean, anybody thinking that, oh, this is the last tournament of this meta's stale. We've seen everything before. We have not seen everything before. Because I can guarantee you, you have not seen these games before. Because, wow, what is happening? And now Thanatron, yes, he was down 2-0. Now it's 2-1. He still has his back to the wall. But it's US Ramp versus Jagro and Frontline. That is definitely 2 games in a row that Thanatron can win. Now it's US-Italy Frontline with a decent amount of anti-aggro. Those Californias are quite good. However, now that air is through, cards like Stars and Stripes and Thunderbolt are going to be a lot less effective against the likes of Jagro and Frontline. And if you're Thanatron, I think you just have to steel yourself. I mean, losing game 1 by the skin of your teeth, losing game 2 where you felt like you really never had a chance, feeling like you threw game 3 only to win it by the skin of your teeth. I mean, if Thanatron just wants to take like a second here for a breath, I would not blame him to just, steady yourself after those 3 games. And I hope this goes to game 5. Nothing against Nanami. I just really hope this goes to game 5 because I want to see more of this. And into game 4, Nanami on a Soviet deck. Not sure what's going on there. We are back to the main menu, and that's unfortunate for Thanatron because he was going first with Bicycle Regiment and Signal Regiment in hand, and that is the type of hand you want to have against Ramp. That is the type of hand that's going to be winning games on turn 4 against Ramp. And unfortunately for him, that is going to be going again. And he is going to have to mulligan again. However, I'm pretty sure he's happy he's not playing against self-damage, so.
That is true. There are some times where your opponent picks the wrong deck and you're like, wait, did I not ban that? And it's like, oh, wait, I did ban it. They made the mistake.
And do you think Thanatron goes with Jagro again? I mean, at this point, he knows his opponent has 1 deck left to bring. There's not a lot of mind games about what you go next with. But after seeing just like such a good hand on Jagro, and now you have to mulligan again, you also already lost a game on Jagro, which you probably feel like you should have won earlier. Do you just go back to the front line now? Or do you still think Jagro's the better matchup? I'd want to play that, bring it to game 5, and then do frontline into this US-Italy.
I think if I was Thanatron here, I would want to play Jagro because I think it's the easier matchup to play and to have a little bit of a breather before you are put back into some of potentially the hardest decisions you might come across.
And
I think that's how I'd play it.
That's how Thanatron's playing it, and he's going first again with Cavalry. Keeps a double Type 94, which, as long as a Jasko doesn't get found, are going to be very effective at picking off these health. And Nanami does have War Machine into 5th Rangers, which it feels like every single American ramp deck always has. It's the no one special. No one has just unlocked this door for US ramp. He just showed us all the way. 1 War Machines, 1 5th Rangers, you draw them every time. And here I'm not entirely sure why Thanatron is pausing here before playing out the second Type 94. Maybe he is just taking his time to catch his breath. Patrol draw, that's going to be good, but you don't want to play it this turn because it does throw off your curve quite a bit. Key picked up. There's the line for a day in hand to answer it, but if you play Key and attack phase for 4, and your opponent has to play line for a day, it still means you can attack phase for 4 again, because no guides were played, no units were played. However, 5th range is going to come out. You could theoretically hold decisive. That would be a little ambitious, I feel like. Instead, he's just going to take out the cavalry regiment.
Surely you go for the key here. You hope there's no lion for a day. Your opponent can only run 2. If he doesn't have it, it's a huge issue.
Yeah, it's a card they never keep. They almost certainly never keep against Jagro, and they only have 2 in the deck. And now, unfortunately for Thanatron, that is going to be in hand. However, he can still start getting with the 20 drawings with the set 20 seconds, and you see probably no Mare Nostrum. Again, Nanami had the 1 credit left over to play Mare Nostrum if he had it in hand. He did not. So Thanatron can be happy about that, because this health total is down to almost half, and Spirit of Rome is drawn, and is going to be doing absolutely nothing. Now, what you probably don't want to see is your entire board cleared. However, this will let you draw with Arado. Into the Feigned Retreat.
That is what you want to see.
And here, do you go for the Whirlwind? Pin? I mean, you could double pin and just push Whirlwind to the front line to stop any potential Thunderbolt. With Callie's in the deck, you are a little scared of using up too much of these removal resources, especially on a 4-3. That single copy of 7th Alpini, it's gonna get Sendai'd, but you don't really like that your opponent can get it back. Yes, you can rob your opponent to 7, however, we see the strategic bombing in the hand of Nanami that's going to wipe the board and get the 7th Alpini back. And if your Thanatron is short of drawing the 2nd Sendai, I think you're just gonna be playing Feigned Retreat here.
Absolutely, but it is... It's really upsetting from Thanatron's perspective that you see the 7th Albini again.
Yeah, you got to be thinking, well, that's like my opponent's only 7th Alpini, and then they have their only Bobby to get it back after by Sendai. The Thanatron's probably feeling like he just can't catch a break here. Now, looking at the hand of Nanami, I would definitely not call it a particularly lucky hand. Like, he hasn't found any Mare Nostrums, but certainly Thanatron probably not feeling too happy about the way this is going. Arado, you wish you had drawn that slightly differently. I mean, you definitely still play it. You don't want to waste the 6 credits you have on this turn, because at this point, you're just wanting to flood. Yes, my opponent is healing 4, but they don't have really any board clears. They've played Strategic Bombing, one of their only 2 board clears, and it exclusively affects the support line. Desperate Measures, you're happy you found it. Wasn't off the Arado, but you are still very happy you found it, because it's going to limit the health on the 7th Alpini. It's going to take out this California before anything like a Mare Nostrum can come through. And maybe he's thinking about drawing another beef. I don't know why you wouldn't double move to the front line. You don't want to lose these units to Stars and Stripes. And if you Nanami here, do you just... I was going to say maybe Thunderbolt. We can do it. Don't even bother attacking. Hope your opponent doesn't find the 2nd Sendai. He's going to We Can Do It attack. Thanatron drops the Shiden. This is likely just going to be taken out by the Lion for a day on the following turn without getting the opportunity to attack. Although I really like this of Thanatron. Don't even take it out yet. Just pin it. You know you don't have any more surprise attacks in the deck, so it's not like you're wasting an opportunity in the future.
I was expecting the double trade in the front line, and then the Shiden to go face, and then the 1/1 Type 94 to trade out to completely remove the cards, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there's definitely a strong possibility. Thanatron looking for a Type 93 with everything that he's got. Unfortunately, he will. Well, he can still play it if he plays Akita. He's just gonna decide it's not worth it. Trade out with everything, and I'm not playing the Akita at all, actually. And yes, Nanami is up to 28 health, and yes, this Spirit of Rome can now come out. Unfortunately, he can't actually play it on anything because his only infantry is Ladechu, but he doesn't have the credits to play both of those two things at once. Still can't find any Type 93s. This is incredibly unfortunate if you're Thanatron. You find the Sendai. Do you really want to play it before Mary Nostrum has come out? I mean, it's credit efficient. It's keeping as many units alive on board as possible. And yes, Nanami has had a ton of healing. Yes, Nanami is able to do a ton of more healing, but how is he going to remove these 5 units of the front line? The answer is Seaborn Invasion, which is likely what Nanami has been trying for. If you're able to Seaborn Invasion, send all of these units back to hand, you're able to essentially just fatigue out Thanatron before he's able to.
Thanatron's gonna be searching for this Type 93 again. Finds it.
And I believe he still has 2 in the deck. Like, at this point,
You could even Dina to try and look for them. To try and one-shot the decisive defense. I don't know why he's attacking first.
I think he doesn't want to play any more units because of the number of cards left in his deck.
Yeah, none of these units are too high impact, I suppose.
Now, if you're playing anything, you definitely would have wanted to play it first because you would have had the credits left to play another Type 93. And all the Dina
especially
afterwards.
if the Dina.
And it manages to not find any Type 93. There's the last one. I'm sure he's kicking himself now. And actually had far more cards left in his deck than I thought he did. And double Type 93, bottom 2 cards. That's certainly unfortunate. And the depth charges pickup is actually quite huge. Is there an argument to just... well, I guess you can't depth charge double face anymore. At this point, I guess you are just looking to take out as many of these units as possible. And Thanatron is going to be doing some pretty serious math here about how many units he can play. And I feel like you don't attack. I feel like you just pass. Force your opponent to spend the credits to attack. They're going to draw regardless. So you're not decreasing the number of cards they draw, you're just giving them credits by attacking yourself.
Oh no, and the Mary Nostrum.
Pick up the Mary Nostrum, which is going to let
and a Jasko.
Heal for 9 and play Jasko. That's going to probably be game right there. And yeah, that's just exactly what he's going to do. I'm not sure why you take out the... well, I suppose he knows there's double Type 93. Doesn't really matter because Thanatron is just going to surrender. And Nanami takes the series 3-1. Wow. That is one of the craziest sets of cards I have ever witnessed.
I think you said it really well, J. King, when you said people are tired of the meta or whatever the case may be, but we've never seen that type of series, that type of matchup. And I think you also touched on a point where Thanatron, there was like a little bit of mental warfare going on there, kind of beating himself up possibly through that second game, and kind of towards the end of the series might have thrown him off a little bit, because I don't think we saw optimal play maybe from either player, but it definitely made it a whole lot more fun to watch.
Yeah, you certainly cannot deny that that was an entertaining set of cards. That just the back and forth, just how nail-bitingly close games 1 and 3 were, and even game 4 there, it really looked like Thanatron had that one in the bag. Yeah, I'm sure he is very sad that he did not get that through, but I'm sure at the end of the day he's going to be happy that such an entertaining set of cards.
Absolutely. And we haven't seen the last of Thanatron. Will be competing in the bronze match. Nanami will be going on to the finals of KARDS Open 16, their first kind of streamed event, and they're making it on to the finals. Berto, was that everything you expected out of that series, or
Not at all. Of course not. I could never have expected such close nail biter games to keep happening over and over.
but it was a phenomenal series. Let's bring up the bracket, see where we are at. So we're through one semi-final. We've got one more coming up for you to determine who's going to be going on to the finals, who's going to be competing in the bronze match. We kind of had this fun kind of split with the semi-finals, and we talked about it a little bit off air actually as we were preparing for this event. But Thanatron versus Nanami, two players that you don't quite see competing as often. You see them around, but maybe not at the same level as you do Bezio and Diane on the other side, who are regularly in OCCs, regularly being streamed and kind of pushing for some championships. So it's going to be interesting to see this side of the bracket and how they fare once they kind of meet in the middle. So let's get a little refresher going on the two lists of decks we're going to see here. Let's go ahead and take a look at Bezio first. Berto, you've been talking a big Bezio game, so why don't you run us through what this gentleman brought to go 6-0 in the Swiss?
All right, we have the classic. I feel like I've said classic so many times here looking over these lists. We have Frontline, which is a pretty aggressive deck, maybe not as aggressive as Air or Jagro, but a high potency with these Blitzkriegs. We have Brit Air. You love it or you hate it, or you really hate it. And I don't even need to add any more words to describe it. I feel like I've said over so many times, over so many streams, everything there is to say. We have Soviet France Control, a very interesting deck. Plays a lot of guards, plays Scorched Earth to really slow your opponents down. And we have Japan Britain Air, the deformed cousin of Japan Air. A very interesting deck. I think it's a lot more fun just because of the novelty of it. And it is always fun to play cards like Audacity, which having the Japan major nation really gives you options, gives you access to some really exciting and powerful Japan main elites like Bombing Raid, like Audacity, like Second Raiding Brigade. So it does get some benefits over the Britain Japan air deck.
I don't care how long this meta has gone on for. Definitely coining a new term of the deformed cousin of Brit Air. That's a new one as well. Hopefully, it absolutely does not stick. Let's move on to Dion and J King. You coined this one the Dion Special. What do you mean by that exactly?
So the Dion Special is bringing three pretty out there decks and then US mid-range. So the three sort of out there decks. The first one is a German US ramp deck with War Machines, 5th Rangers. You might be thinking of Noen's old US or German US ramp, but this is anything but, because if you look at the top end, it looks like he's trying to fit in as many elites as possible with Exploit the Gap, Kriegsmarine. It's a really who's who of German elites in this deck. It is incredibly heavy. Then we move on to his second deck. It is going to be a Soviet US ramp deck. This one's a little more standard, a little bit more similar to, again, the Noen list, but again, very, very heavy with these B-17 Flying Fortresses, the Ural factories to try to turn that B-17 into a Pershing or a B-17F, and then Tractor Factories, Winter Offensive, 272nd Guards, double Partisans. This deck is incredibly heavy. This is going to be absolutely decimating anything control-based, or if he's able to get a good curve on the war machines. Anything a bit too slow. And then the third deck, a bit much more standard. It is the Britain-German discard deck. This deck has popped up recently with the release of Case Yellow. It is incredibly potent. It's another control deck, but this one, rather than slamming bomb after bomb after bomb like the two previous decks, it is going to try to rip every single card out of your hand before you have the chance to play it, and then slam bomb after bomb after bomb with his Lancaster, Wellington, Churchill, Mosquito. Dion very clearly shown that he likes these high-cost units. He's clearly trying to target something here. And then finally, it is just the US-German mid-range. Berto touched on it with Bezio. This deck, very standard. He's got the 20 seconds. He's got a copy of dive bombing in here. Little bit different than some of the other players, but very fast-paced, tempo-based mid-range deck.
And we went through all these decks in detail in the pre-show, so don't hesitate to go check that out on demand after this second semifinal. So we're going to have another best of 5. There is going to be one ban. I do believe we have the ban, so we can go take a peek and see exactly what is getting nixed from this semi-final series here. Winner going on to the finals. Loser going to be competing in the bronze match, where 250 USD is still on the line. Bubbles would be proud. Always ban Brit. So that's Bezio's Brit Airless. That's Dion's discard deck. I feel like there's not too many surprises here. Brit Air regularly banned just based on strength. Dion's discard deck being banned typically just because of how annoying it is to play cards with no cards in your hand. Berto, are you surprised by these bans?
ABB. Always ban Brit. Yeah, exactly as you said. I'm not too surprised. These are two of the most powerful decks in the game. You don't really have any particular counter matchups for them in your entire lineup. So I think just banning the strongest deck here from each player makes more sense.
And I'd just like to add, I believe Bezio has named every single deck list he has submitted for the last 2 or 3 months something along the lines of "I hate discard." So it does not surprise me that Bezio has banned a discard. He very clearly does not like it as an archetype, as a mechanic, as something to play against. And I mean, of Dion's 4 lists, I think you want to keep that mid-range around just to have a good matchup for your Soviet France. And the other 2 decks are very heavy, much less anti-aggro. And discard, just a very solid deck. So even without the hate for discard, I think that's still a very perfectly reasonable ban for Bezio to do.
Yeah, you're spot on. Bezio has named all of the decks. Something about hating discard. Added a little winky face to the end of it though, just to add a little bit of fun to it. But it's interesting as well now because Dion's left with those kind of heavy hitters, more of those decks that kind of carry the bombs at the end of the list. Bezio's 2 of the 3 are going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit quicker moving. Is there a scenario there where Bezio can kind of sneak in, push in quick, and hope that Dion's not drawing the answers? Or do you think that the curve that Dion's carrying here is going to be able to kind of hold up those first few turns?
I mean, short of a KV post feint, like a KV right on curve post feint, I think Bezio's feigned retreat list is just going to get a free win. I think his US mid-range list is a little harder to get through. It's you certainly have to make some very difficult decisions. It's going to be some difficult games, but I think it's favored against those 2 control decks. It's that Soviet France that is going to be the issue here in his lineup. He's absolutely needs to get Soviet France versus Frontline, because his Soviet France is actually quite hard teched to beat Frontline. And that's the only thing left in Dion's lineup that it can confidently win. You don't want to be going up against the B-17s. You don't want to be going up against the Kriegsmarines of the German deck. And game 1, Dion is going to bring his front lines, which means it's going to be a frontline mirror. And if Dion wins this, he is going to have such a massive advantage in this set beyond just a 1-0 lead.
That was going to be my next question is, because you want to sneak that front line through, do you just bring it first, try and get it by before Bezio has a chance to counter it? And if you do, yeah, you're in a great spot here.
Yeah, I mean, Dion clearly thinks so, and it's going to be good because frontline into Jagro is slightly favored for Jagro, so Dion, this is the best matchup he could have possibly gotten. If you could hand pick what deck you bring and what deck your opponent brings, this is the one he would have chosen. And it's what he's getting in game 1 of a best of 5 series. And to some extent, what decks you choose to go with first is random. I mean, I know Berto has mentioned some players just flip coins to see what decks they bring. But I think there was always a degree of skill to it. And so I don't think we should just write this off as Dion getting a lucky break on the opener. However, Bezio's going first, and going first in this matchup is quite important. I mean, neither player has the Red Devils yet, which is sort of the nail in the coffin on turn 2 or 3 in this type of matchup. And Bezio going for Combat Engineer's push, I really dislike this play. I think the frontline mirror is one of the most difficult mirrors to play in the game. Or at least one of the, not necessarily the most difficult, but it's the easiest to make a mistake in, specifically from turns 1 to 4. I see a lot of players make a lot of mistakes in turns 1 to 4, and I think one of them is going for a play like that. I mean, the upside is if your opponent goes for a Greyhound, if your opponent goes for a Red Devils, the 3-1 30-second stops that. However, if you just do what Dion did exactly like that, just trade the 30-second, play another 30-second, and then he can Red Devils on the following turn. And there's nothing you really have to stop that. So, unfortunately, Dion does not have the Red Devils. So he is left in a bit of an awkward situation himself.
Yeah, I was thinking Dion might be tempted to simply move up and play the 22nd to get the draw while you can, but the 30 seconds also draw in their own kind of way, and it gets you more stats out onto this board to be able to contest this front line the following turn, so that does make a lot of sense for him to go for that line.
Now, if you're Bezio, do you go for the Whirlwind push-up? You could go for a half track. That seems a little ambitious, leaving the frontline open. You could double push up 30 seconds, but then you'd be incredibly inefficient. Or do you go for this play that he just did with the single push up 99th?
I think I'd move up the Whirlwind, but I feel like the most important thing is being credit efficient on this turn.
Yeah, and just getting a 3 health unit into the front line. I suppose the worry with Whirlwind is it's answered by a 5th Rangers. Whereas this 5-3 will actually trade with the 5th Rangers. And if you're Dion here, there's nothing you can do to stop Sherman. Now we see there is no Sherman in the hand of Bezio. You could stop Sherman. You would half track the 5-3 and push up. Will stop Sherman. That doesn't necessarily feel like the greatest play ever. Although nothing you're going to do this turn really is probably going to feel like the greatest play ever. You could go for a 35T double trade, take out 99, just to set up for a 5th Rangers and try to come back in this game later. Actually goes face, and I really like this because this is stopping the Sherman. I think Dion found quite a strong play here.
Yeah, it's still a really difficult position to hold going second here. However, this seems like his best option, making the most out of a bad situation.
Yeah, and I really like this from the Bezio. Just taking it out with the tank and pushing the 2 infantry to the front line. Yes, they were US units, so it's making them a little bit more vulnerable, but again, doesn't have Sherman in hand, and pushing the 2 infantries to the front line means he has the most options. And he could just go for his stars here. I mean, you have less cards than your opponent because he went first, and you don't have Sherman. So just play stars, take out your opponent's 2 units, try to hold the front line for as long as possible.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I also don't mind trading, moving up a Whirlwind and moving up a 5th Rangers either.
Yeah. Although we actually see, if that's the line he goes for, it will just be answered by Hellcat and trading Combat Engineers. Leaving Bezio with a half-track, 3 orders that don't do a whole lot, a Combat Engineers in the support line and whatever he draws. goes for the patrol 5th Rangers. So he will still almost certainly lose this front line to Hellcat and trading off the combat engineers. However, the big difference is he keeps the Whirlwind in the support line rather than the patrol in hand. And combat engineers is going to be sticking on the board, so you'll be able to draw with Sherman if you find one off the top. And if you're Dion, there's the consideration of strategic bombing here, but you essentially just lose the game on the spot if the strategic bombing is met by a weakened do it. I guess you do have double half track.
Yeah, but you don't even really want to be double half tracking the 5th Rangers when it's able to come out as an 8/8 in the near future.
Yeah, that is also true, and then you just walk straight into a Stars and Stripes in that scenario. So I think Dion really just needs to play Hellcat, trade combat engineers, take out the 8 damage in the front line, and he's going to go for the strategic bomb and get the credit denial out, take out these 2 units in the support line. And Bezio, he's just going to go for half track on combat engineers, keeps the 32nd, sets up Blitzkrieg. And if this PIR buffs the 32nd, unfortunately it doesn't. And so he's going to be Hellcat into the 5th Rangers, most likely half track on the 32nd. Goes for half track on the PIR. And strategic bombing will set up lethal, although that will be immediately answered by 35T half track, any combination of cards. You could just go for the Blitzkrieg now, though.
Yeah.
And yeah, that just sets up lethal with strategic bombing. Dion needs to play Weaken Do It here. And if he does play Weaken Do It, it means he's not clearing the front line. He needed Weaken Do It into dive bombing, I believe, was the only out for him there. And yeah, that's just going to be game. Bezio making the best out of a bad situation, and managing to convert the tempo gain of going first in this matchup into a win through pretty unconventional means in this matchup.
Yeah, no Shermans, which was a little scary, but enough damage that it didn't matter.
Yeah, and I think I maybe would have done something different on turn 2, but other than that, I think Bezio had a very strong control of that matchup, a very good understanding of that matchup, and so did Dion up until that strategic bombing. I think Dion played that game entirely perfectly up until that one play that maybe was a little bit too slow, maybe just had a misread on what Bezio had in hand, maybe just focused too much on getting that credit denial out early, and Bezio was able to capitalize on that. And Bezio sort of dodges that bullet. Dion, again, if Dion had gotten a win in with that US deck, Bezio suddenly is looking like he's in a nearly unwinnable situation. Dion will have another chance. He could bring it again. He could just keep bringing his US deck.
We've seen it before. People bringing the same deck over and over again and hitting their head into a brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, you have US into Jaguar, US into Soviet France with Petliakovs. At this point, you just sort of wish you didn't have US in your lineup anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, because at this point, if he brings either of his ramp decks into Bezio's Jagro, it's just going to be essentially game over. Bezio is going to be heavily favored in that matchup, and Jagro, if Jagro gets a win, this US deck is going to be nearly impossible to get through, and Bezio is going to take it. However, Bezio might be aware of that and just bring Soviet France. And if it's into one of the new control decks, oh well, it's 1-1. Bezio does bring the Soviet France deck, and it's going to be into the US. He makes the read. I praised Dion's read on bringing US first here, but Bezio gets the read on round 2 and calls the bluff, brings Soviet France, and this is going to be a heavily favored matchup. But again, it's cards. It's a card game. We've seen anything happen. We have seen Bezio falter on the Soviet France. This has sort of been the deck that he's struggled to get over the line in previous tournaments. So just because it is a favored matchup does not mean that this game's over already by any means.
Absolutely not. But I have played this matchup before from the US frontline side, and I've won the matchup a few times, but when I do, it has always been super grindy games. I think I've gotten to fatigue before, and just trying to push desperately through these scorched earths, it can be brutal.
Yeah, my general strategy, I play a lot of frontline on ladder, and there's a decent amount of Soviet France on ladder. And my general strategy on ladder is just to try to end the game as quickly as possible. Opponent under a lot of pressure, try to force them to make one wrong play, and essentially do what Bezio did to Diane in game 1, where you just put them under a lot of pressure, and a single wrong play can lead to a very early victory. Because if it does become a long, grindy game, that is where Soviet France, it's just better cards. And by better cards, I just mean like larger cards, more valuable cards over a long game is just going to give it a massive advantage, and it's very, very difficult to win a long game against Soviet France.
Yeah, when I said that I've gone to fatigue in this matchup and won, that is me winning 1 out of maybe 5 games that I've gone to fatigue in this matchup. It
Yeah.
is hard to pull off.
And the way the two things you have going for you is, one, if Bezio bricks on card draw, like if you, I feel like even if you don't win early by putting your opponent under a lot of pressure, there's a lot of things you gain out of it. So one is you can force them to use spy rings inefficiently, like use spy rings as just the 3-cost one for flying bomb, get rid of something, radar because you want to heal, death charges because you need to block a blitzkrieg before you can get some guards online. And the other thing is you can force call to the colonies to come out as healing, and otherwise Phony War is the only other card draw in the deck. And if Bezio doesn't find that Phony War, we see Bezio is starting first, meaning he is down a couple cards already. If Bezio can run out of cards while Diane just plays Sherman after Sherman after Sherman, that is a situation that can happen. And that's another out that he can go for. But looking at Bezio's hand, I mean, you have kind of everything you want. You got the hammer, you got the Winter Warfare for these 30 seconds. Dion finds another 30-second to be down a card. Armored Train on curve, or you can just play First Rifles, or you can hammer the 4/4 because everything else has 4 op cost.
Yeah, and one thing I want to note about Phony War is it is very much a double-edged sword, because Dion knows about Phony War and can play his Shermans really late on, as Bezio usually isn't able to wrestle control over the front line. And Dion, later into this game, might be able to keep Bezio off of ever realistically playing Phony War without granting Dion a lot of value himself.
And Bezio goes for the hammer, or sorry, he goes for the defend in depth to take out this 5th Rangers, which turns out to be a very, very good call, because had he gone for the Armored Train, it would have been answered by double 99th to make an 8/8 5th Rangers to take out the train. And here, Dion is just going to do a very, very sad turn of push 30-second, play 30-second. That is a turn 2 play you just made on turn 5. And Liberation draw, I imagine Bezio is actually going to play it in this situation. You're under 0 pressure from the board, and this is probably the only time you're going to be able to Liberation to overdraw. You're also getting max heal out of Liberation.
And max resistance cards put into the hand, which is
Yeah.
also a nice little bonus.
And yeah, it's just very difficult to say no to an on-curve Liberation to add exactly 3 and overdraw. And you can see Bezio is going to spend his entire turn thinking about this, and that's a very valid thing to do in this situation, because yes, Liberation on curve looks very tempting, but is this sacrificing too much tempo? Are you going to do this and then suddenly Dion sets up some double Blitzkrieg lethal 2 turns down the line, And because you went for this rather than playing a guard, you let him do this. These are the type of things that you have to be considering in this matchup. Oh, finds a 39th. Just watching Soviet control play just feels like every single elite deck is cheating. And there's not even necessarily any crazy 39th targets on this board right now. I mean, you can take the 1-op 32nd in the back line and trade it with the other 1-op 32nd. You can, again, just slam an armored train, because if your doesn't have Hellcat, these light infantry printing, the light infantry printed by this train are just going to be able to fight for the front line. And again, at any point, Bezio can actually fully clear the board with Winter Warfare trade Chaika. So if he is worried about it, we can do it. If he's worried about a Blitzkrieg, he can just always full clear the board, and he's left over with a 2-2 plane.
Yeah, and the 39th does have potential to be really powerful against 99th if Dion gets a little too tempted to use these 99ths on maybe this 1-op 32nd.
Yeah, he might go for a double 99th here just to get rid of it. And
Ooh,
Bezio,
weird order.
yeah, spends all that time thinking, plays the first rifles, and then realizes, oh wait, I wanted to play Winter Warfare that turn. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, I've certainly done that before, where you spend your entire turn thinking about what you're going to do. You finally make a decision, and then you play the 2 cards you want to play in the wrong order. I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
And
such an awkward hand for Dion here. What can you even do?
go for
He can move
Wind.
this up 99th.
Yeah, I was thinking Wind 99th, get rid of the first rifles, put him onto the second rifles. Oh, but he's gonna buff it and not trade, and that's just gonna walk right into the 9th rifles. And granted, in this situation, I don't think 39th rifles is a card you can really play around. But on the other hand, oh, this just feels so bad. I mean, if he goes face, there's a possibility of dive bombing into a Sherman draw. If you also draw a Sherman. I mean, you can also send up Red Devils 99th after dive bombing trade if he goes face, but that's just going to be answered by Hammer, and then you get to 39th. And this is just looking very, very grim for Dion. It's definitely far from over. Because even after you lose the front line, you can just start slamming 5th Rangers as 8/8s. And despite this entire game, Bezio just looking like he has so fewer resources in his hand. The resources he does have are so efficient, so much more powerful than the cards Dion has in his hand. And Bezio finally decides to go face. 5th Rangers pickup is huge. He can also go for the dive bombing Red Devils 99th. Hope UPIR buffs it.
Which appears to be the
What you absolutely
like that.
should not do is play the 5th Rangers here. At this point, you need to play 5th Rangers for an 8/8. You need to get value out of it. And he's just going to start dumping resistance cards. He's removing cards from deck, which I think is perfectly valid. You're low on health. You have very little healing in this deck. Bezio does have a fair share of burn cards. And doesn't play the other 99th, which I don't really like. Like, this could be a 5/5 rather than a 3/3. And granted, if it was a 5/5, it would almost certainly eat a Hammer. But it's a Hammer you don't know is there.
Yeah, and it's hard to really play around anything from Bezio apart from what you already see on board when you're in such a desperate situation.
Yeah, and a little awkward unit placement for Bezio. Because this Rima only gives mobilize to adjacent units, you do generally want all of your units on the same side of the board. And there's not any sort of Sendai or bombing raid placement shenanigans you have to be worried about in this matchup. I mean, if you're Bezio in this point, you absolutely recognize you are in a win. But you have to be thinking, how do I lose this? Because also, if you're Bezio, you're probably getting flashbacks to the 3 OCC quarterfinals in a row where you failed to get a win on Soviet France. I believe he is 0-6 on Soviet France in OCC quarterfinals, and that's got to be in his mind, thinking, what did I do wrong in those games? What can I do right in this game? And he decides, I need to stop Sherman absolutely at all costs. That's the way I lose, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. It does mean this turn's a little bit slower, but it's going to lead into a very powerful turn on the following turn with the Rima. And for Dion, surely you just have to play 99th, right? I mean, it gets traded out so awkwardly on board, but you need 99th value in this game. You want to get that other 99th onto the board. I mean, you could 99th and buff like the half track or the PIR. You don't have to buff the unit in the front line.
Yeah, it does feel necessary to play, but it feels so bad to do anyways.
Buffs the PIR, but the PIR buffs the 99th. That's probably the best case scenario.
This is maybe the most selfless PIR I've ever seen.
And unfortunately for this PIR, it's probably about to eat a hammer. Yep, Bezio walks in on the hammer, and again, Bezio just so few cards in hand, but he's managed to whittle, despite Dion's massive card advantage at one point, he's got him down very low now on cards, and also health. And Dion decides to throw in the towel. I don't agree with this at all. I don't think he was even... Like, sure, maybe the odds to win that game is 5%, but that's still 5%. And this is a game you need to win if you have any chance in this series. Dion very preemptive, throw in the towel, and Bezio gets the win on Soviet France, 2-0 lead. And I think he has 3 chances on Feigned Retreat Jagro against 2 ramp decks. I don't think I mean, I think this is it. I think Bezio is going to go on to the finals, whether it's with a 3-0, 3-1, maybe even a 3-2. I find it Dion would need a miracle to claw this series back. Although, I mean, look at Thanatron's games. We saw some very, very close games on Jagro that resulted in Jagro losing one of them in matchups that Jagro we would have traditionally thought pretty good. Oh, and of course, I'm actually completely forgetting. It's Bezio doesn't have Jagro. His Japan deck is actually Japan Britain Air. My bad. And did I just witness Dion keep King Tiger in his opening mulligan?
What? That is wild.
I mean, the cards he gets back are really good, and maybe he's just thinking there's no answer to this in the deck of Bezio. So I just get this down on like turn 11, turn 10, and win the game off of it. Maybe that's just his thinking. Bezio, on the other hand, does not like his hand at all, gets a much better hand. Both of these players being heavily rewarded for their mulligans. And Bezio here, I mean, you've just got a pretty good curve laid out for you. And you don't really have to worry about careless talk just yet. I mean, I suppose there's even an argument to like think about keeping Swordfish, so you can fish on 2 potential careless just because Aichi is so important. Type 94 draw there, though, is absolutely going to get played.
Very smart playing around the careless stock for Bezio here. And Tiger IE for Dion as well, which could get hit by a really big Audacity.
I think Dion is just preparing for the Gambit meta once the expansion drops. Unfortunately, Gambit not in the hand or deck of Bezio, or in the pool of legal cards able to be played in this tournament. And Schwalbe pickup, that's another 9-cost card, but that's a 9-cost card you're very happy to see in this matchup. I mean, the autocannon getting played just to try to take some damage off the board. Now, Bezio can play Audacity. Audacity is certainly going to have better targets in the very near future. However, it's also going to put a 5/2 bomber on the board. You can also do air sup, go phase for 3, or you could play this very slow, just take out the autocannon. Try to get more value out of your hand later.
Dion does have 2 root out the enemy, which you do have to be conscientious of as well.
He plays the Yag Bomber. Now this is going to eat the Audacity for sure.
Yeah, not much else to play here for Bezio.
I mean, you could pin it and try to go for like a bomber top deck, Empire Strike, stake it out.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're winning the late game here.
But I mean, as is in Bezio's MO, this is how he's always played. Bezio is a very, very the calculated player. He's going to take his time on even seemingly simple decisions. And that has been paying off for him so far in this series because Bezio has been playing incredibly well. I mean, we spoke about earlier maybe Bezio having nerves getting to him when he's playing on stream. If that has been the case in previous tournaments, it's absolutely the case in this tournament because he's just playing on a level that, frankly, I have not seen him play at before. But based on his results, is the level that he's playing at this whole time in these qualifiers in the Swiss round, and it's just really awesome to see him being able to pull this off on stream.
And I love to see Dion taking a Leopold there. He has an 8, a 9, and a 12 in his hand already. And he gets a choose 3, and he goes, well, the 10 looks like my best option here, which I think is true. But it's just absolutely wild that that is ever the case.
I feel like Dion has drastically overestimated the power of War Machine. Because I believe his 4 War Machines is the only rank in this deck. Like, he doesn't just have the power to magically get to 10 credits on, like, turn 5. So he's going to send back the more expensive IG to hand, hold up a From the Deep. I mean, maybe you actually wanted to send back the 2/2 IG. Just because, I mean, at this point, you have no healing deck, so damage mitigation is probably the best choice. And I will say, with the Lend-Lease in hand from Bezio, if Bezio isn't able to just win outright, he's certainly going to be looking comfortable after a potential Schwalbe on turn 9. However, Dion's able to end the game very quickly with just the sheer size of these units he has. Now Bezio playing around from the deep. The Claude effect is permanent now.
I still feel like this was a small mistake here from Bezio not using the Claude on the Aichi just so that he could get 1 more damage in.
Yeah. And I quite like this play from Bezio, although is this just game over? No, it's not.
No.
Not quite. That's going to be 4 damage, Empire Strikes, and then he's able to put 6 into the HQ.
And he misses another 1 damage from the Claude
he actually would have won the game if he had played Claude on the other unit. However, he is going to be able to win the game here with second Empire Strikes, taking it 3-0 over Dion. With just a stunning play, to be quite frank.
Domination.
Yeah, and I mean, for Dion, I mean, there was not a whole lot he could do in this game 3. I mean, this is just not a matchup you wanted to have. I mean, you could certainly ask some questions about this choice of lineup, this choice of deck. But in terms of operating, Dion played to the best of his abilities, but at the end of the day, that's just, I mean, even Japan, Britain, Air into a deck that has a 12 cost, a 10 cost, a 9 cost, an 8 cost in hand is just going to win.
Berto, you said it might be Bezio's time finally, and we've got Bezio going to the finals here of KARDS Open 16, going against Nanami. So both of these players are going to be looking to secured their first tournament victory, or let's say official tournament victory, which is huge. Bezio playing exceptionally well. J King, you mentioned Diane, not a lot that they could do in that third matchup. What's your kind of take on the surrender in the second game, which seemed a little bit maybe early?
Yeah, I think Dion, at that point, he saw that game had slipped away from him. He probably saw the writing on the wall and probably just got into his head a little bit. Just thought, I mean, I haven't drawn my Shermans. He has another to take a PIR. That was sort of my last chance. And he's thinking, well, I'm going to lose this game, which means I can't win the series. I'm going to lose this game. I go down 2-0. I can't get a win with this frontline deck. I can't target the Soviet France anymore with the control decks. And yeah, it just threw in the towel. I mean, this is why I always say you should never surrender a game. You just wait until your opponent kills you. And I say that for ladder. I definitely say that for tournament. But I mean, you have to consider the mentality of these players. And from Dion's perspective, that game against Soviet France, you're already feeling, just going into that matchup, you're thinking, well, this is the matchup that he wanted. It's already going to be a massive uphill battle. And then you just feel like he has elite after elite after elite. He has every single answer. When he did the whirlwind push-up 99 to not attack directly into the 39th, that's probably weighing on him a little bit too. And he just wants to get out of there.
And Berto, do you think that maybe some of that also came from that first matchup where, okay, great, I'm Dion, I've got my frontline, this is my opportunity to get frontline through, and then I'm going to be in great shape, and then I don't actually win that game, and now game 2 is also going sideways for me?
Yeah, that's really hard to start off 0-2 and keep pushing through when you know your chances are so slim. And to go second in the frontline mirror match is so hard to be able to play, to be able to come back from. It's hard to not feel like you just got a little screwed by RNG, and what can you do?
And I also want to raise up the point of, we saw the frontline decks were largely the same, but one of the key differences is that Dion had these 2 20-second infantries and this dive bombing over patrol choice, and the dive bombing over patrol choice actually does help in the mirror. However, it makes it much weaker into the Soviet France deck. But these 2 20-seconds are really not good in the mirror. I mean, they're amazing in the mirror if you go first, but already if you go first in the mirror, everything's amazing. And if you go second like he did, and you find those 20 seconds, they just do not do enough. So I feel like the Bezio also had this slight matchup edge on top of going first. And frankly, it just looks like Dion teched for a meta that did not exist. He teched for decks that were not necessarily in Bezio's lineup. And yeah, at the end, that's what happens if you build a very heavily teched lineup. Those 3-0s can be the result.
And, we saw Dion emote at the end, like, hey, Lady Luck, not on my side. And let's not take anything away from Bezio, though. I don't want to focus too much on matchups and things like that. Bezio played phenomenally well. We'll bring up the bracket as we talk about this, going to the finals. And, we had talked about maybe some streaming jitters or, being on the main show jitters, but Bezio's going to have his opportunity to, take home the KARDS Open 16 crowns, $600 on the line for first place here. So still huge opportunity. Nanami competing in their first kind of final stages of an event. So it's going to be a heck of a finals. We're going to see Thanatron and Dion once again in that third place matchup. $250 for the winner, $200 for the fourth place finisher. So lots of cards still to come. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll come back around for that bronze matchup in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. We have our grand final set here at KARDS Open 16. But before we get there, we have got a bronze match for you. Let's just bring up the bracket quick and show you what these last two games of the KARDS Open 16 is going to look like. There you've got Thanatron versus Diane coming up next. Bezio versus Nanami will be our finals, our third place match. Winner will take home 250 USD. Fourth place will get you $200. As a quick reminder, this is a best of 5 series. We're going to have one ban in there as well. Thanatron and Diane both performing particularly well through this top 16, and we're going to see them decide who gets that extra 50 bucks. So why don't we just give you a quick overview of the decks. We've seen them once before. We went over them in great detail during the pre-game show, during the war room. Here's Diane's list. J King, why don't you take us through what Diane is bringing?
Yeah, sure. So Dion's overall lineup seems to be targeting control. So with his first deck, it is a German-US ramp deck. The idea, you play War Machines, you get into extra credit slots early, and then you start slamming down bomb after bomb after bomb. His second deck, very similar idea, just with Soviets rather than Germany, where you have the same US ramp package, very similar cards across the two decks, where again, you're trying to ramp up into largely the Soviet elites as well as B-17, or you can play 5th Rangers as 8/8s. And then his third deck, slightly different. It is a British-German discard deck. We've seen this around. The idea is essentially play all of these cards that discard, these cards that prevent draw, these cards that put cards back onto the top of your deck, to go after, attack what your opponent has in hand, what resources your opponent has access to. And then the last deck goes in a very different direction. It is just a US-German frontline deck. It seems Dion really likes this. This deck plays as a very fast-paced tempo mid-range deck that has blitzkriegs as its finishers.
Right on. So Dion targeting control a little bit, but Birdo, I don't see a lot of that in Thanatron's lineup. What's Thanatron got on the docket for us today?
So Thanatron has Brit-Japan Air, which is certainly not control. He has Jagro, 2-order Jagro, which is certainly not control. He does have this German-Italy list, which is control. It is a little more anti-aggro tech as well, so Thanatron might have some difficulty finding a win with this deck against Dion's lists. And we have this frontline deck, this mid-range, which is a little bit in between aggro and control. Well, not really. It's just a little slower than the other aggro decks. It's a mid-range deck. It's tempo-oriented, which is still quite a bit of an issue for some of these ramp decks.
So let's see if we've got the bands sorted here. I'd be curious to take a look, and we do. Dion losing that discard, that Brit discard deck again. Thanatron losing Jagro. I mean, I feel like there's not too many surprises here. Diane's targeting control, gonna let that Germany list through, gonna let the US frontline list through. It's a bit slower. Probably want to just flip a coin and choose to ban either Brit Air or Jagro, and kind of just give the other one potentially that free win you were talking about earlier, J King.
Yeah, absolutely. And unlike Dion's last matchup against Bezio, this US frontline is much better positioned in this lineup. Thanatron is looking to get a win with this German control, and it's going to be hard to find it against Dion's two ramp decks. Against the US Germany, US Germany is actually quite good at beating German Italy control. It's slightly favored in that, as well as it's quite favored against air. So this US German list is also looking like it's going to be very good. However, game one is going to be German Italy into German US ramp. Now, the way Thanatron needs to win this game is one of two ways. One, try to harness the power of some of the discard cards in your deck, like these Case Yellows and the Annihilation, to essentially just discard the big cards out of Dion's hand and win on board. Or utilize Comet, because Dion has almost no healing in his deck. So if Thanatron is just able to essentially attack Dion in the HQ 4 times, 5 times in a row with Comet, he can just win the game exclusively off of that. Just use some healing, use some guards, use some slow down and try to get to Comet and go all face. Now, Thanatron's hand looks very, very good if he was playing against any sort of mid-range deck, aggro deck. However, he's playing against a ramp deck, which is incredibly heavy. So these early countermeasures, this Errata isn't going to draw for a while. This Bologna Regiment's not going to do a ton. This Flampanzer is going to have 0 targets in the deck. And both players just sitting around holding up countermeasures. Here, Thanatron most likely going to play the Bologna Regiment. The Flampanzer will die to this Careless Talk, which is a little bit more value than you probably want to give it.
Yeah, and although the awkward thing about this play is that if you are moving up the Bologna, then you don't have the credits to play Flampanzer, which is a little awkward, but it's okay. This deck runs into many situations that are a little awkward quite often.
And this is one of those situations. You do not want this 5th Rangers to hit your Bologna Regiment, but your only 2 real solutions are either dump a very early Lion for a day on it, or play Mare Nostrum just to trade 1 for 1, heal 4, which is not terrible, but it's Mare Nostrum. It's a card that you could get a lot more out of. And afterwards, you can only really hold up a Careless Talk. And looks like Thanatron is just going to give Diane that trade. And, I mean, we're going to see if it works out. Because, I mean, he doesn't have anything immediate in his hand to get. If Errata finds himself, if Errata finds him a root out, that can clean up this board quite nicely. But otherwise, these low health units, there's nothing to really pick them off. You don't want to Lion for a day of 5-2 that you already Careless Talk into. And unfortunately, that is not a root out. So, I mean, your best bet here is probably just play Panzer H. Try to draw it. I mean, losing 1 card draw is not the end of the world, because Dion doesn't run any discard. I believe he doesn't run any other cards like this. This is just a 1 copy of Panther A. It's also possible Thanatron is worried about Exploit the Gap, which Dion runs in his deck, because we are getting into Exploit the Gap territory. And you do not want to see a turn 6 King Tiger hit the board.
You sure do not. Also, the Tiger IE would present potentially even more of an issue for Thanatron's deck.
Yeah, and here, Thanatron really wishing he had his Lion for a day back. I mean, I think you just accept that you're going to be playing Annihilation on that. Do you really want to give your opponent a Panzer H, though? I mean, and again, Comet is the card I mentioned earlier. It will be interesting to see if Thanatron is able to find that. Unfortunately, we will not know if he has ever put it at the bottom of his deck with the Spoils of War or Panzer H. But he does have a Africa core to try to get a potential copy off of that. And Dion can go for a tempo play. He can Yegg Bomb with the Flampanzer and kill the Panzer H. Get some units on board. Decides to play it slow, upgrade research. Goes for Flying Bomb. That is very interesting.
Yeah, that's quite odd in this matchup. Usually in a control versus control or a ramp versus control match, you always want to be developing the research so you can get the most value out of them.
I think here Dion is just saying, I mean, I'm just going to win on control versus control. Like, I just have more stuff that you are capable of destroying, no matter how efficient it is. It's going to discard the active from the deep, which, well, you probably want to see it hit the King Tiger above anything else. Afterwards, from the deep is not actually a bad thing, because yes, it's a very cheap card, but it's a very cheap card where you don't want to lose any of your units. You want to get it out of hand again for the future in case he finds a Comet.
Not taking the Tiger IE.
Yeah, this
all of a sudden, if Thanatron's able to hit this King Tiger with a discard, he has a chance.
Yeah, and here you can do Heinkel, Case Yellow, take out the 2-3. Decides to go for Panther A, goes for After the Core after Panther A. A little bit of a sequencing error there, but is going to be able to hold up the Kalis Talk afterwards and gets his own King Tiger. Things just got really interesting because Dion also is going to have to try to discard that with his Kriegsmarine. Of course, probably not this turn because this Yeg Bomber is coming out. It's going to be able to get picked off by the Case Yellow though. And here, Dion goes dry, finds another 3 very solid units that are going to be annoying to deal with and makes it less likely to discard the King Tiger. However, the big difference between the King Tigers is Thanatron can play Mary Nostrum on his King Tiger, and Dion cannot. As well, we have seen Dion doesn't have research anymore, so we can't go for something like a Euron project to take out a Mary Nostrum King Tiger. So Thanatron could theoretically just get this King Tiger in the support line with Mary Nostrum, and he discards Dion's King Tiger and draws into his own Leopold, meaning that at any point he can just send everything back from Dion, and things are just looking up for Thanatron now. And yeah, with King Tiger discarded and Tiger IE at the bottom of the deck, suddenly Dion's deck is not looking nearly as formidable and heavy as it did before. We've also seen a JU gone. There's a second Lion for a day in the hand of Thanatron to deal with an 8/8 5th Rangers. And unlike Thanatron's deck, Dion doesn't have these Lion for days. He doesn't have these Annihilations, these Dechumas. So like, if Thanatron just is able to get a King Tiger down in a couple of turns, you can even just start to go face with it, because really the only answer to it is Leopold, which affects it no matter which line it's in. He also picks up the Comet now, although based on the current point state, Comet's not the card you're looking for.
No, I'd love to see a Leopold here. Just remove as much pressure as possible. Get 1 discard. Not a big hit.
Yeah, not the card you're looking to see out of the deck. Although, is this going to be double root out to take out Leopold? Because if he doesn't go for double root out, finds the Heinkel, no way to buff it. California can be a very annoying unit in the future, though. Decides to take the Heinkel. This means that even after a Mary Nostrum buff on Leopold, he'll still be able to take it out. Goes face, though. And Thanatron could just play this very slow. Mary Nostrum on Leo, take out the Panzer H, Comet into Heinkel. That is incredibly slow. But yeah, at this point you can play it that slow.
Yeah, alternatively, instead of the Comet, you can play Pantherchi if you want just a little more beef on the board. Mary Nostrum target if you get desperate.
What you could also do is do Comet face, which kind of seems like a crazy play. And I do not like Hipper here, because you won't get the overdraw, since you're stopping them from drawing a card. Plus, they can just immediately replay Heinkel and get your Leopold with it. Decides on the Comet afterwards, and I'd actually like to circle back to, he could have just gone Leopold Comet face. He puts a Dion to 10 health with Comet, second Mary Nostrum, Heinkel in hand. Just try to win out the game in the next 2 turns. What's Dion going to do about it? And what Dion's going to do about it is finds his own lead. This King Tiger is going to be significantly less valuable. At least in the near future. And I think we'll probably see the Hipper come out this turn.
Yeah, it would not be surprising to see let this Leopold just keep picking off a unit each turn, generating more and more value.
Yeah, you can Hipper the autocannon, kill the 5th Rangers, and then even just like push a 99 front line. He decides to do that by Hippering the 5th Rangers. rather than the autocannon. I do not like this nearly as much, since that 5th Rangers can just come down in either form, really. It's going to be perfectly fine. JU overdraw. That is a pretty big deal. However, this line for a day on Leopold, 989, killed the 272nd, and now you know your opponent doesn't have any great responses to Leopold after this. You also now know your King Tiger is pretty safe in the future. And you have enough health that you could just straight play King Tiger next turn and just start to farm your opponent. Like, 8-8 5th Rangers is not that scary against a 11-11 King Tiger. However, California, though, that can be very, very scary. Not into a Leopold. But California can definitely start farming now that both Lion for Days and One Annihilation are gone.
Yeah, but it's a long way down in Dion's deck for that extra Tiger IE, which is sort of the main win condition. And into Leopold, it's not even doing much.
And
The final Mare Nostrum.
Dion does hold on to the War Machine, presumably to limit the effects of discard, like just try to make any additional discard coming out hit something else, although with so many big, expensive cards in his hand, he certainly would not mind an extra credit slot at the moment.
I will bring up, Dion still does have an Africa Core, or Africa Corpse in his deck. I'm not sure how it's pronounced when it's the German variant of the word core.
Yeah, and Thanatron just double trades, gets a Panther G down, goes face with Heinkel. I certainly don't mind this. He definitely could have just played the King Tiger that turn, and lead into King Tiger and Leopold. I mean, I guess the worry is your opponent has second Leopold, like Africa Leopold. This Cali is actually really, really difficult to deal with, because you can't Leopold and get Panther G to the front line. If you can pick up another Annihilation off the Spoils of War, that could be very good. You can remove it with Root Out, although you probably don't want a 2-for-1 yourself.
No, but you can get away with 2 for winning yourself.
Oh yeah, you definitely would with a hand of this much. But Case Yellow pickup, it's not terrible. And Dion picks up Attack Strike, meaning that this Leopold now can be... And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to remove it, move up an 8-8. And at this point, at what point do you just slam King Tiger?
I think now is the time.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. Is he going to do Case Yellow Mare Nostrum trade? That's 9 credits. You can play a 989. You can't move it up, though. And you know this California is in the hand. I feel like playing Case Yellow here, knowing California in the hand, seems very risky. I think you just slam a King Tiger.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It seems like the point in the game where you have the most going for you, where you're least behind on board, that you're able to play it, and it feels like you needed this route out for the second California.
Yeah, because yes, you have a 989 in the front line, but you also know that 989 immediately walks into California. And you also know the JU is in hand. I mean, maybe you just start gutting it. Maybe you just play Comet, Case Yellow, go face.
I'd still like to see the King Tiger. You still have a Mare Nostrum left.
Yeah, and there's still Careless Talk. We saw Dion put a Careless Talk at the bottom of the deck off of Spoils of War. Thanatron does not know that, so you can't ever really feel too safe just going for this Comet play, knowing there are still some countermeasures left in the deck. And he decides, I'm just going to go for King Tiger. And Dion here, he picks up his own Comet. Can he find the second Leopold? He cannot. Jägerbomber would not be terrible if Thanatron pushes King Tiger to the front line, but Heinkel also gets you card draw. So that's pretty reasonable as well. Might just see Panzer H, which you can play this turn. Just get as many units on the board as possible. You know, you've seen a root out, you've seen a Leopold. You know King Tiger came from the Africa Corps. And actually, this Panzer H might pull Tiger IE. We're getting to the point of the game where so many choose one of 3 cards have been played that I think we are getting very close to have cycled all the way through it. And he pushes JU to the front line. This seems incredibly bizarre. You just Mare Nostrum King Tiger, killed JU, Jägerbomber the California, right?
Yeah, alternatively, if you don't want to Jägerbomber the California because it will heal for 1, you could just Comet the Heinkel, but Thanatron also going for a line that the casters weren't really expecting.
Yeah, and he picks the Exploit the Gap, where the Panzer H didn't find Tiger IE, but the Exploit the Gap probably will. Because there's not a lot of cards left in the deck, and we've seen what units have been put back there. And it seems like Dion is just going to start going face. However, this King Tiger heals 12.
I wonder if this is the idea behind the Exploit the Gap, that you whittle down your deck to having exactly the tanks you want to get off of Exploit the Gap.
And Thanatron's in an awkward position, because you can start commenting down your opponent to be able to kill them with Comet faster than they can kill you with Comet. However, you're also leaving this Heinkel alive. You're playing Root out here does not feel great. You know that the second Cali, there's I think a second Cali in the deck. Still. Yeah, it's gonna play the Panther G, upgrade research.
This makes sense. It's very credit efficient, and you get a lot of big bodies on the board. Can test this front line.
And he's gonna go for it, and I don't know if that was just the only unit in his deck, or if he just picked it faster than we saw the screen. But either way, he does get a Tiger IE in hand. And actually, looking at those options, that might be the only unit left in deck, which means these are the cards he has left. And if that is the case, Thanatron almost certainly is going to be taking this game. At this point, with so few cards left in the deck, I feel like you don't even care about the Heinkel. I feel like you can just go face.
Not really. All your
maybe.
things have heavy armor.
Yeah, I mean, like, Dion has a set health total. And, yeah, hitting him with Panther G, dropping him to 13. I mean, you're also just setting up lethal on board. And Dion will actually be forced to trade the Tiger IE into it, since Cali is not enough. Hipper can't target it. It's either Tiger IE into it or Cali and Comet.
And J-King, I feel like almost all of our predictions have been wrong.
That very well might be true. Oh. I mean, you can hit King Tiger into Tiger IE. You go down to 1 health. Have both rootouts been played for Dion? Are you kind of scared?
Yes, both rootouts have been played for Dion.
In that case, you know it should be pretty safe, short of Comet going into it. Discarding Mobilization, probably not what you want to see discarded, looking at deck sizes. However, how does Dion win? Thanatron's at 53 health. And, Dion is just going to throw in the towel. And what we've felt like was a very unfavored matchup, Thanatron wins. And that's his German Italy control deck through. And again, Dion's lineup is supposed to be targeting control.
That is so unimaginably huge for Thanatron to pull that off. And to do it so expertly as well. It felt like he had a handle on things.
Yeah, and we saw his Jur Italy get banned in his first series, and then things sort of fell apart for him after that. And yeah, maybe this is the reason why it's his favorite deck.
Granted, if he didn't hit that King Tiger, that would have been a very different game for Thanatron.
Yeah, or I don't know if you meant hit it off of discarding Dion's or hit it as in getting it off of Africa Core, but both of those are very, very big for deciding that outcome.
Absolutely.
And now we're going to have Thanatron's US mid-range into Dion's German US ramp again. And I think Dion might just recognize that this is his weakest deck. If he's going to win the series, he needs to get a win on this. So he might as well just bring it over and over and over. Maybe he's specifically targeting this matchup. I mean, he has 2 Callies, 3 5th Rangers. I don't know. I still feel like that's very favored for frontline, I would imagine. And seeing the Lurking Danger, you're just going to get up, start putting the pressure on. However, Dion's very happy with this hand. War Machine on 2, Lurking Danger to draw, double countermeasures. He has a Root Out in hand. Decides he doesn't even need to do that, and is just going to play a Wolf's Grenadier.
Yeah, not a card you typically see very often. And I wonder if Thanatron did consider that card when he moved up the 35T.
I mean,
Well,
yeah,
played and moved it up.
Thanatron's probably sort of focused on, well, it's turn 2, he's going to have War Machine. And he did have War Machine in hand on turn 2, and he just chose not to play it. And honestly, I kind of have to wonder if that was the correct choice or not. Like, yes, this Wolf's Grenadier is shutting down the board so much, but everything on board died to Root Out, and they had no chance. Thanatron had no chance of getting into we can do it range. But I mean, either way, it's working out for him. He makes the trade rather than holds up Careless Talk to stop any potential Sherman draw, 99th nonsense.
I would love to see a Skytrain here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty natural turn to go for a Skytrain, push up a 32nd. That's exactly what he does, and gets a Red Devils. That is actually very big. And if you're Dion, do you just play Autocannon Careless Talk? Doesn't feel amazing, but
no, nothing feels great here.
I feel like I would have rather seen the Careless Talk here, because if it's a Sherman trade, you can just play Root Out and take out the Sherman and the Skytrain anyways. And if it's anything like Hellcat, Whirlwind 35T, a Combat Engineers 35T, or even just 32nd to proc a countermeasure, I feel like there's just, in every single situation that could occur, holding up Careless Talk is better than holding up from the deep here. I mean, I guess the one argument would be he would rather have Careless in hand than from the deep in hand, just for credit curve later. But yeah, knowing 30 seconds are in hand, holding up from the deep never feels great for that exact reason.
This is a really good pull from Skytrain if Dion's going for the Root Out this turn.
But if he is going for the Root Out, he should play Root Out before attacking Skytrain, just so the 1/1 destruction buff, if it lands on the Skytrain, you can still kill the autocannon afterwards.
Can you remember the name of this little guy? This 1/1 that gives +1/+1?
I think it's in the 100s.
Yeah, I want to say 164th. I want to say.
That very well might be true. And he goes for the Root Out, but actually leaves the Skytrain, takes out the Red Devils. This isn't going to stop Sherman if Thanatron wants to, although Thanatron's much more likely to just play Whirlwind. And that is going to walk into a second readout, which is probably not what Thanatron was thinking was going to happen, or definitely not what he was hoping would happen. But he gets the second Red Devils, which means that Dion is not going to be able to stop the Sherman, which means this second California isn't going to be able to hit the front line, which is really what you want to see in this matchup. He takes the flying bomb, and here we're going to have to see if Thanatron gets the read to stop California from entering the front line. He needs to push a second Red Devils. That's going to do it. Sorry, a third Red Devils at this point, I suppose. And Dion just, I mean, you can't even say that he can't catch a break because this is what the frontline deck does. It's designed to be doing exactly this.
Yeah, but the Skytrain being the Red Devils printer is always a real tilter.
Yeah, you'd much rather see Jaskos or 30 seconds if you have double readout in hand. And he gets Callie on the board, starts farming the units. And Thanatron's going to have a much harder time stopping it. He's going to need to get 2 units to the front line. He can't just push an 8-8, because that's going to walk directly into the Jagd Bomber. However, he has Warblewind, he has Shermans. He certainly has options here. And we can do it. That will pin the Jagd Bomber, but that will also mean that Dion is able to get Callie to the front line. And hold up Careless Talk to stop this Greyhound or Warblewind, whatever comes out first. And picks up a Leopold while he's at it.
Yeah, this game has turned around very quickly. And it does show the strength of California against Frontline, where they have so few direct removal answers, and so much of their combat is unit-based. It really presents a big issue.
And I just realized Dion didn't hold up the Careless Talk that turn. Which I'm sure he's starting to regret now, looking at that 8-3 5th Rangers on the board.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he's just going to push another 8-8 to the front line, it looks like. And yeah, things are... I mean, that 8-8 just gets traded by the other 8-8, and actually this does not look as nearly as impressive as it could be. This half-track can also sacrifice itself to retake the front line.
The one thing that Dion has going for him is Thanatron is not going to expect this Careless Talk.
That is true. Also, what he has going for him is Thanatron's more likely to half-track the Callie and get Sherman to the front line, which walks immediately into Leopold to push Callie back into the front line. I mean, start with what you know is going to happen, which is 5th Ranger, the 8-3 5th Rangers into the 8-8 5th Rangers. You know that it has to happen.
And then, if I was Thanatron, I'd be looking at the Greyhound to do the double trade into this Callie just to get it off the board. Which, of course, we know will get hit by the Careless Talk.
And you know your opponent has no way of buffing this, so I would still just like to see the 8-3 traded to the 8-8. And that's exactly what he does. Treating the Jagd Bomber seems a little odd to me. Now, Dion, at this point, you just Jagd Bomber the Sherman and play JU and go face with everything for the rest of the game and try to win with Kriegsmarine, right?
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable, especially with the Leopold in hand. That also helps that strategy out.
Goes for Panther A. I would have liked to see the JU over Panther A, just because you know your opponent's probably getting back into the front line. And actually decides to keep Jagd Bomber altogether.
Yeah, that's acceptable, I think.
I mean, if there is something like Hellcat and second half-track this turn, you're not feeling great, there is Hellcat. However, This JU is not going to be able to be taken out. Thanatron just going to draw again with Sherman and hit, and I think this is an easy Leopold turn. Just Leopold drop your opponent to 9. Dion says no. Dion would rather... I mean, this is reasonable. This accomplishes a very similar thing as Leopold, and keeps Leopold in hand.
Yes, it does. And for Thanatron, he keeps getting into these awkward situations with this US deck, and I don't think through any fault of his own, but what can you even do here? You can Hellcat to kill the FW, but that's your last Hellcat. You can Whirlwind 99th to kill an FW.
Yeah, you can... You're also probably not playing around the single copy of X-Marine. I don't even think he has the ability to play around it. He's worried about Careless Talk. So I really like that play to play around Careless Talk. Although what I really don't like about this, presumably he's going to be 99th in the 5th Rangers, and then trade in with the Egg Bomber. Well, you're giving your opponent a Hellcat. So Dion just wins. I mean, he can obviously win with attack face Kriegsmarine, but he could also actually just win with Hipper, go face with Hellcat.
I think Hipper go face with Hellcat is definitely the
mental damage win.
Yeah. Especially in the losers bracket, mental damage is so much more powerful.
And yeah, Dion loses the favored matchup, but then wins the disfavored matchup. So it sort of works out. However, Dion has this Soviet ramp and US midrange versus US midrange and air. And if I had to pick, if I just have those two lineups into each other, I would be picking the US midrange and air 100% of the time. And also dive bombing, it's better into US midrange, but it's worse into air than patrol. 20 seconds I feel like is not great into either deck particularly. And I mean, we're also to the point where these are sort of regular decks. These are decks that we've seen a lot of in recent tournaments. Sort of the weird German US ramp deck is gone. And the very less common Italy deck is also gone. So now we're into more comfortable territory. That is a lot of War Machines in the hand of Dion. I would like to see keeping 2 War Machines Sickle, Yak 9. Air definitely can play, like Type 94 in particular on turn 1. They're probably not going to play it if they have other options. Decides I only need 1 War Machine, and that's because he's going to get back first rifles and armored train. Fair enough. And if we're looking at Thanatron's hand, this is kind of the hand you want to have against this Soviet-US ramp. There's no Scorched Earth in this deck, and Dion finds another War Machine regardless. Thanatron's going to be able to put on a lot of pressure very, very quickly. And he's keeping back the Swordfish for now. Not sure if there's a particular reason for this.
It is the most important card against Dion, but it's also at a stage in the game where it's not in a whole lot of risk either. And not buffing the 1/1. I thought the development of the 1/1 last turn was so that you could get the cast on one of these 0-op units.
Yeah, I feel like if you're playing cast that turn, you definitely want to be playing it on the 1/1 as well as the Swordfish. I also saw an argument for just playing HMS Illustrious. Like moving up the 1/1 and playing HMS Illustrious to try to cast on 2 bombers rather than 1 bomber. But this first rifles on turn 3 is just going to shut down a whole lot of things from Thanatron for a whole long while. And if you're Thanatron, you're still feeling pretty good. You're going to feel a lot worse once this Yak 9 comes down next turn. And also when Engineers pick up from Diane. I think I mentioned it with Bezio playing the Soviet France deck, but just every single time you see these Soviet control decks where they just hit, they have so many elites and all of them feel so powerful. So it always, if they draw a single elite, like they can have a deck with like 15 elites, but if they draw any one of them, it just feels like, oh, well, that's so lucky you drew this overpowered card. But they just have like 15, 20 overpowered cards. That's why people like to play Soviet control. Like he has War Machine into first rifles into Yak 9. He could have had War Machine into T80 into 39th. There's any number of combinations of cards you can play with this deck, as long as they really start with turn 2 War Machine. That is just going to blow your opponent out of the water. And Thanatron's hand is entirely bombers, but none of the payoffs for having bombers. And he's staring down a 4/5 fighter.
I feel like if I'm Thanatron, yeah, I just trade out here. Maybe you just only trade one in to feign having Ultra up.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like if you're pinning the fighter, you probably didn't want to play the or attack into it with the bomber. And yeah, you're risking losing this gladiator to sickle. Although, granted, Diane could have played around Ultra by playing War Machine first. Diane has a one-track mind though. At the moment, he's just going to get rid of that gladiator, get down another fighter onto the board. He's not scared of Empire Strikes. He's not scared of Ultra. Wrath pickup, good, but it's going to be healing. And oh, of course, he doesn't actually play it on the Yak 9. He plays it on the second rifles to be able to take out the Yak 7. Trades out Wrath. I feel like I would have gone for a bit more greed. Maybe take out the gladiator.
Greed is good.
I mean, you have so many guards in your hand. I feel like the first rifles is, or sorry, the Wrath Lightning is probably not that scary of a unit. So just trying to keep your Yak around as long as possible, harass bombers. Like maybe even just play Armored Train and go face in that situation, to be completely honest. And with the Yak 7 and the Yak 9 gone, Thanatron can now start deploying these bombers, but once again, does not have any of the payoffs. Another Type 94 will let him take out the Armored Train, but with Engineers picked up, Diane is starting to heal a lot.
Oh my goodness, and another fighter.
Yeah, Diane has, I believe, just 5 fighters in this deck, 2 Chikas, 2 Yak 9s, and a Yak 7. And, I mean, yeah, he's found 3 of them, which...
Diane only has one Chika. Yeah.
Oh, that is so good.
So demoralizing.
And pushes up the 4/4 5th Rangers. Sexton draw. It's very good.
Apart from the Partisans red banner, seems fairly effective on Sexton here. With exact credits to trade as well.
Yeah. And if you're Diane, do you take out the bomber? At this point, Thanatron's main way to come back in the game is with a huge Empire Strikes. So yeah, just Sexton, kill the bomber, and then try to get the 7/7 ambush fighter. Churchill Avery is gonna be perfectly acceptable.
And Thanatron really needed to find draw this turn at the latest.
And I think you just have to play your entire hand. Kill 5th Rangers, you got 4 bombers on the board. Yes, Diane can kill one of them, but it kills one of them for 4 credits instead of attacking your face. And now we can just kind of go face for 9. pretty comfortably. He's gonna even use Confusion to remove this, and he draws a second Act 9. And yeah, this is a while ago I brought that Singleton Soviet deck, and this is the power of the Singleton type of Soviet decks, because if you look at Dion's list, he runs one Confusion, he runs one Chaika. All of the elites are already Singleton cards in the first place, and just every single one of them seems to be about equally powerful as the last. And Thanatron can take out the 5th Rangers. He's got a big board, but he's not drawing next turn, which means this Avery is guaranteed to be able to take out 2 bombers if he wants. However, what Diane could do is actually just go face. Go face, play 5th Rangers, play Yak, and I think you've just guaranteed to win. This is a solved game. Dion misses it. Actually, if you push that up as an 8-8, that was also a solved game. Like, you can even trade and then push a 5th Rangers up as an 8-8. Dion not finding the exact route. However, it is difficult. What AO is capable of some crazy comebacks. And Thanatron still has Shelling, he still has Monty in deck. It is very difficult to imagine he pulls this off, especially because Dion, he's a responsible player. He's going to trade these out, because he knows, I have lethal on board, how do I lose? I lose by Monty into Lend-Lease into Empire Strikes for 5 damage twice. He's not going to let that happen. Monty top deck.
Lend-Lease? No.
That is not a Lend-Lease. That would have been a very good card about 4 or 5 turns ago. Now, Dion, is he going to play around Ultra? He is. He's just going to pass. I quite like this from him.
Come play around Ultra by using track factories first. That would be truly insane.
The game is still technically not over with the pin on the Avery. I mean, surely you just go face for 4, kill the Albacore, go face again with the Chaika, and pass. I mean, it's what you've been doing up until this point. No reason to change your game plan, just because you get delayed a little bit. That's exactly what he's going to do. And still no card draw. I mean, just a very unfortunate series of draws from Thanatron versus a very fortunate series of draws from Dion. And Dion gets through with the other ramp deck, and now it's frontline versus frontline in air. And I said after last game, if I had to pick between these 2 lineups, I would pick the air frontline. Now, if I had to pick between these 2 matchups, I'd definitely pick just the frontline. But we did also see him struggle on that frontline deck in the previous series against Bezio, where in the frontline mirror, it felt like he made one mistake that cost him the game, and then he threw in the early towel in the frontline versus Soviet game. We'll see. I mean, it's the Dion special. Bring 3 weird decks in frontline. So presumably he feels comfortable and has experience on this deck. But once again, he's going second in a mirror matchup. Although Thanatron is forced to full mulligan.
To be fair to Dion, it wasn't that early of a towel.
And
I agree that you should have played it out, but I think your assessment at a 5% chance to win that game was very generous.
I mean, you're winning that game 5% of the time on ladder, at least.
Yeah, but in tournament, your opponent's making less mistakes. They know they have to keep focused. They haven't already considered the game over.
I mean, speaking of games that are over, Thanatron has the turn 1 30-second without overdraw, without a second 30-second in hand into turn 2 Red Devils. He has the PIR in hand. Speak of the devil, Caster's Curse, that's a 30-second top deck. That's a 1 in 16 to have 1 less card in hand. That's pretty unfortunate. I'm not a huge fan of pushing this 30-second. I would have liked to see another 30-second come out. I spoke about this in the Bezio Diane mirror match. The early game of this mirror match is incredibly difficult to play. And it is tiny mistakes like that that can cost you a game, even if you have the turn 1 Red Devils, or turn 2 Red Devils. I'd also like to circle back to the mulligan. We saw Dion keep 22nd infantry in the mulligan. Now, I am firmly against 22nd in frontline. I don't really like the card. I think it's not that great in the deck. And I see the argument of if you have it going first, you can snowball really hard with it. It's a similar card to like 99th, where on its own it's pretty bad, but if you have the frontline, it can be quite good. Of course, the key difference is 99th helps you keep the frontline, whereas 22nd doesn't. But Dion keeping it going second in a mirror match, what do you think of this? Is there something that I'm not seeing about this? Is this just the aim for the fences and hope your opponent doesn't have Red Devils?
Yeah, I just can't see why, to be honest. It seems very dubious of a play to me. And I'm with you there. I'm not really seeing the reason to keep the 22nd, except for really rose-colored glasses at your chances of winning this game.
And another play that seems odd to me from Thanatron, which is the choice to patrol one of the 2 combat engineers rather than the warp. Picks up a 2nd Red Devils. This is quite big. He's got a commanding board lead, and similar to Bezio, there's quite a lot of similarities to this and the Bezio game, where the player who went first had a stronger opening. They have one of the cards, but they have this strategic bombing in hand. Very unfortunate BIR buff for Thanatron. The big difference, though, is Bezio had a Blitzkrieg. However, the Skytrain pickup has probably just won Thanatron the game. I think there is an argument that this is even better than Sherman in this situation. And to me, this should just be Skytrain, push up 32nd, double hit Skytrain, something like that.
It could even be the point in the game where pushing up PIR is acceptable.
Yeah, your opponent.
Go ahead, James.
Your opponent would be forced to double trade into it or target it with a 5th Rangers, which would walk straight into a strategic bombing. Instead, he's going to trade out 32nd with 32nd. And here he pushes up the PIR. I like this. Now, I would have much preferred seeing you play your own Skytrain rather than half-tracking the opponent's Skytrain, because the opponent's Skytrain doesn't do a lot. It generates 1 unit for the opponent, and then you immediately kill the Skytrain. Like, there's not really a world where you kill your opponent's Skytrain.
Yep, I agree.
And here, I would just like to, I see the argument for strategic bombing go face. I would just like to see the Skytrain push half-track, maybe take out the 463rd, because that unit's actually really annoying. And also, I feel like you're just kind of getting value traded if you get PIR into the 32nd. Like
yeah, I can see 32nd into 32nd, but
yeah.
PIR into 32nd is pretty awkward.
I could also see half-track and PIR into 463rd.
I do like that Thanatron is holding this 5th Rangers to play it presumably as an 8/8 the following turn.
Yeah, that is definitely very intelligent from him. I would have liked to see the double trade into the 463rd in that situation, just because...
The Red Devil printer! Look at this train! It's insane!
Yeah, maybe Thanatron knows something about the system clock, which is why he didn't play Skytrain last turn. He knew if he played Skytrain last turn, it was going to be Jasko. He needs to teach something to TB. But I feel like by not killing this 463rd, you're sort of walking into a... oh, I guess you're not walking into a 5th Rangers, because PIR is guaranteed to buff itself. So I do take that back. Strategic bombing takes out the Red Devils, limits the credits. Doesn't matter a lot. And there's that Blitzkrieg that I spoke about from the Bezio game. You can drop Dion to 4 health. So it's not into that strategic bombing win territory quite yet. And I like this. I like this a lot. You're essentially putting a ton of pressure into the front line. You're trying to set up a Blitzkrieg strategic bombing lethal in as a 1-turn setup, a 2-turn setup. And you're sort of calling out the fact that your opponent hasn't played any Blitz units. If your opponent had Blitz units, presumably they would have been played already. A little bit of a misplacement from Dion. And Thanatron actually top decking the Greyhound, that is going to be lethal. If he sees it, just Greyhound push up Blitzkrieg will be enough to end out this game, tying the series at 2 apiece and bringing it to a game 5. Thanatron sees it, and this is going to end with Thanatron on Britain-Japan Air and Dion on US-German frontline. A classic of this meta.
It it is a bit of a good ending to the meta to return to where it all began.
But it's not like we've gotten there through traditional methods by any means.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I think if you ask people what one of the last sets of this meta was going to look like, and you said it's going to end frontline versus air, they'd be like, yeah, that checks out. And you say that's because Dion already got a win with his German US ramp and Soviet US ramp. I think they would look at you pretty funny. Well, maybe not if you said the name Dion before that. They would say that would check out. But I've said that I would rather be on when it was they each had 2 decks left. I said I would rather be on Thanatron. When Dion went up to just frontline left, I said I'd rather be on Dion's here. Here, frontline into air, I feel like is slightly favored for frontline, but it's a matchup that feels like you don't really have a say in the matter. Now, you very clearly do. You have to play incredibly well to win this. However, if you are going to lose it, it's going to feel like there was absolutely nothing you can do. On the air side, you just hit a ton of like the bombers and fighters, and they have combat engineers 35T and just remove anything the second you play it. Or on the flip side, if you're frontline, you hit absolutely no blitz tanks, you have a ton of slow-moving infantry, and your opponent just has like 3, 5, 6 bombers in the support line, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. And everything you play just gets picked off immediately. And it does come down to those turn 1 to 4, the mulligan. However, both decks actually have a decent amount of comeback potential. Frontline with cards like Stars and Stripes, like Half Track, Air with cards like Empire Strikes, Shelly, and Monty. And looking at this, I'd already much rather be Thanatron. Although, actually, potentially better than a Red Devils. Skytrain hits a combat engineers.
Yeah, you don't have super efficient ways to kill this Skytrain. I mean, do you ever move up the Aichi here?
I don't think that's crazy. I also actually don't hate playing the second air superiority to take out combat engineers. I think that's somewhat reasonable. I do prefer going face over pushing up Aichi, just because 35T into Gladiator, you just kill the 35T and you're kind of fine with that. I guess the worry would be Whirlwind, but the Whirlwind actually puts you in a very similar position, whether you go face or not. Here, I feel like you just go for the Sexton.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really threatening if you're able to find a close air support. It stalls the one and pretty much only threat on the board. You're able to start gaining value from trading. Your opponent's sort of forced to have something like either a 35T and a 99th or a Hellcat. And a Hellcat, you're spending 5 credits, and you already spent 5 credits, so that's not too bad.
Instead, he's going to go for the air sub, likely pushing the gladiator, I would imagine, if you're going for this line. That's exactly what he does. Tries to keep these Shermans at bay, and these double 99ths at bay, apparently. Yeah, looking at Dion's hand, 5 of the 8 cards in his hand require control of the front line to get their effect. So pushing up this gladiator really paying off. You would have liked to have it back just for that cast, but looking at this board, looking at these hands, this is a type of game where I spoke about how it's typically whichever side wins, it feels like they just absolutely dominate from like turn 2, turn 3. This is one of those rare games between air and frontline where it's in the balance deep into the game. Like we're already going into turn 6, which I mean, between 2 aggro decks, turn 6 is kind of the mid game. And it's perfectly balanced. I mean, both sides have a lot of staying power. Dion is able to take the front line this turn. He has double Shermans. He's going to be able to draw. We can do it to try to get things out of range. Thanatron has a very comfortable hand, decent amount of removal. Lend-Lease to be able to look for things like Empire Strikes if he feels the need to. And I have to say I'm happy that it is going this way, because it would suck to just see one person win by turn 5 in game 5 of such an amazing series.
This
And
is a bit of a hard turn for Thanatron.
I think you Kitty Hawk combat engineers, close air support, kill PIR. And that does leave you with 1 credit. You can pin the Sherman. You could double cast. You could even play Swordfish. And yes, the Swordfish does potentially die to the Sherman on board. However, your opponent has to spend 4 credits to do so. And I think you're more than happy with your opponent spending 4 credits to kill a 1-drop in a matchup that is so dedicated around tempo. And that's exactly what Thanatron goes for. I quite like this play from him.
Is this the last 30-second? Yes, it is. Which means that Dion's able to play this 20-second without overdrawing.
And he finds his single copy of Patrol, which means that he is going to be able to get around this Aichi Destruction effect. Yes, it has been buffed by Cass, but he can do Greyhound, bring it down to a 3-2, Patrol to take it out. Or even just, hit it with a Sherman and Patrol the 3-2 that comes out of it. However, he's first going to have to deal with this surprise attack, and Thanatron killing the 30-second rather than the 20-second. I disagree with that. I think it's kind of unlikely your opponent's going to Sherman in this situation. And it's a lot more likely that they're just going to have a generic frontline by the end of the turn. And huge turn, double 35 Ts and 99th to take out the Aichi with Patrol to take out both versions of it, and taking out the Sexton. And this is where things are starting to look in Dion's favor. However, Thanatron can just play Lend-Lease. If it finds Monty, if it finds Shelling, if it finds Bombers into Empire Strikes, all of that is quite good. Albacore can take out the 4-1 and gets rid of some worries of just dying next turn to a Blitzkrieg. But it's not quite the comeback tools you want for the board, and if Dion just plays it, we can do it next turn. That could just solidify his position.
Yeah, and I think Thanatron wants to trade here, and it's hard to decide between the 2-2 and the 2-1, the 20-second in the backline to deny the draw, versus to deny the risk of dying this turn to Blitzkrieg. And goes for more Sherman denial.
I mean, looking at Dion's hand, he does have all 3 remaining Shermans in his hand. However, I feel like Thanatron is too hard focused on preventing Sherman draws. I mean, 1, it's just not the only way the deck draws, and 2, draw is not that important if Dion just has an unkillable board and sets up like a 2-turn lethal with a Blitzkrieg. I just feel like Thanatron is maybe putting too much respect on Sherman, which is not something that you often have to say, but 20-second drawing another we can do it. And remember when he killed that 30-second instead of the 20-second because he thought maybe there was a Sherman play. In that time, I don't think Dion would have gone for Sherman. I think Dion would have gone for this play that he's been going for regardless. But if he had killed the 22nd, Dion would just be 2 cards. He would be 2 cards less into his deck, which means Blitzkrieg and We Can Do It would not be in hand. However, what does Dion do here? You could double Sherman, but then you could potentially walk into like an HMS, Swordfish, Empire Strikes and lose everything. You can play We Can Do It, but if it's Ultra up, you just give your opponent a free draw. You can Blitzkrieg We Can Do It to guaranteed get the We Can Do It off, but then you're throwing away a card that could potentially make you just win the game next turn. I suppose you could do Sherman We Can Do It. He's going to go for the Blitzkrieg We Can Do It. Dion, respecting Ultra and going for just, I don't need Blitzkrieg to win the game next turn because you can never kill these units. Now, of course, that's not entirely true because we do see Piracy in hand, and Thanatron is actually able to take out the Greyhound and then pin both of the 35 Ts. And unfortunately, he will walk directly into a strategic bombing.
However, if you get both of these castles down, then that's something.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Thanatron, you can no longer be playing around every card. You have to take a degree of risk to come back in a game where you have fallen this far behind. And in this case, one of those risks is playing around Stars and Stripes, because presumably you still do Piracy, hit Greyhound, Stars and Stripes will wipe your board.
There is no Stars and Stripes in Dion's deck.
Oh. And Thanatron goes face. Maybe that's a misplay. Maybe he thought there is a Stars. If he didn't pay too close attention to the deck list, but either way, that's going to walk into the strategic bombing regardless, and double Greyhound will take out both Albacores, and I mean, this game's just over. Empire Strikes coming just a little bit too late. He can deal 3 damage to everything. He can even take out both 35 Ts, but that will still be a board big enough to still win this game, and with 3 Shermans in hand, Hellcat in hand, there's nothing really Thanatron can do to come back in this game. And I mean, just expert piloting on this deck in this game from Dion. But I mean, I think it's fair to say that we've seen him stumble on this deck, maybe once or twice already in this tournament, but this game, he clearly has this matchup on lock. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he can do to win. And I think what especially highlights that is that turn where he did Blitzkrieg, and then We Can Do It. Because if your opponent doesn't have an Ultra, you kind of look like an idiot, because you just threw away the card that makes you win next turn. But Dion knows I win the game anyways if this second We Can Do It is played. So there's no reason to take any risk of throwing it into an Ultra. And like we've seen Thanatron try to stop Shermans this entire time. Because of this Red Devils in Dion's hand, Dion was able to draw with Sherman at any point he wanted. Dion just held on to these 3 Shermans in his hand this entire time because he recognized, I don't need to play these Shermans to win. I will always be able to play them at any point. And I think on the other side of the board, Thanatron maybe just focused on that a little bit too much. And I suspect we will see the surrender here unless a Lend-Lease into shelling can occur, which unfortunately can't. And yeah, it won't end this game unless a Blitzkrieg is top decked. Or sorry, it won't end this turn unless a Blitzkrieg is top decked. Actually, no, I'm mistaken with Combat Engineers. Dion is actually and Dion is going to miss lethal. Just to make me eat my words about highlighting how great he's been playing. But that doesn't take away from how he has handled this matchup. I mean, again, it is difficult to imagine how he can lose this game considering he has lethal in hand. So Thanatron would need to pin the board. Oh no! Oh no! Because the front line is full, Dion can't even do Whirlwind Blitzkrieg, and suddenly, I mean, the problem is there's a Whirlwind already in the front line, and if Thanatron kills it, he dies. Also, unfortunately, he managed to not get any more card draw despite all of that. There's no more. He's just gonna play it as an 8/8. Just put stats on the board. Dion has like one card left in deck. It's probably slightly more than that, but look at Dion's deck size.
Yeah, that's crazy. The amount that this 20-second has drawn over the course of this game is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think this 20-second has ended up drawing more than the equivalent amount of all 3 remaining Shermans in Dion's deck. And remember when Thanatron had the ability to kill it and instead killed a 30-second. Empire Strikes #2 comes out, but it's only for 2 damage. This isn't going to be able to clear the front line. And yeah, that is just going to be game. He might not quite be dead on board, but he most certainly is dead to Dion's hand, and it is literally not possible for Dion not to have lethal. Just because of how few cards are left in his deck and how many cards kill Thanatron from hand, he has to have it. There's no combination of cards left in his deck that would make him not have lethal in hand in this situation. So Thanatron,
It's hard to imagine missing a lethal as well.
yeah. And again, a little bit of a misorder from Thanatron. He could have taken out the Red Devils as well. But it, again, doesn't matter. The last card is overdrawn. That is the last card in his deck. It is the 2nd to 22nd Infantry. And Dion just trying to figure out the optimal way to go about this. Try to maximize his Blitzkrieg. And that is going to end both of these players' tournaments right here, with Dion grabbing 3rd place, Thanatron grabbing 4th. And yeah, I think pretty solid performance from both of them. I mean, even just making it top 4. I'm sure 4th is not what Thanatron wanted, and maybe 3rd is not what Dion was aiming for. But either way, I think both players certainly showed why they got to the top 4 and put on a very entertaining show for us.
Another phenomenal series, but yes, to the final moments of that last game, I absolutely unmuted my microphone and was about to say that, Dion dug deep and brought all of their experience forward and really played a perfect, he missed lethal, fantastic. A little anticlimactic there, but absolutely a phenomenal series and phenomenal tournament, I think, for both players. Like you said it, J King, this matchup could have gone the way of, hey, one player feeling like they had absolutely no chance. I think Thanatron probably did feel like they were on the back foot for a good part of that game, but definitely had their moments where they, were able to muster some offense and keep some control of the board and, really did take the reins of the first couple of turns. So can't feel terrible about the game. Probably felt like they played pretty well throughout that whole series even.
Yeah, and after games like those, even if you're on the losing side of it, you can always go back and look at it, and Thanatron made so many different decisions throughout that game, and you can go back and evaluate which of these were correct, which of these were incorrect, which of these are maybe correct, maybe incorrect, or how could I have done it differently, how things have played out. I mean, if you lose on turn 5, there was probably not a lot of decisions to be made that game. There's probably no combination of the orders that you play your cards in, what things you attack. If you lose on turn 5, you lose on turn 5. But yeah, so I think despite this, Thanatron will certainly have a lot to review if he's looking to improve. And I mean, having spoken to Thanatron a lot, I know Thanatron is just looking for a good time, and I'm sure he had quite a good time playing in this tournament.
Good time, and 200 USD as well. Not bad at all. Dion getting 250. Now, Berto, I do have a question for you because J King weighed in before the game about, or in the early stages of the game, about the 20 seconds, which, to be fair, have been clogging up Dion's hand pretty much all tournament. Now, having seen the last game, Berto, how do you feel about the inclusion of 20 seconds in frontline?
I think 22nd is very close to making the cut for me, but I still don't like it. I feel like there's enough sort of win more cards, so to speak, in frontline already. And I think that Dion, even though the 22nds showed up to be super powerful that game. He did also have the Shermans, and I feel like he had the opportunity to win that game without the 22nd drawing an obscene number of cards, very likely.
Yeah, I'll agree that I think that one game it played out very well, but also I think one of you called it during the matchup where Thanatron was just obsessed with keeping U.S. units off the board to prevent the Shermans. So in that scenario, worked out pretty well. But I feel like every other game we've just seen them sit there and kind of clog up Diane's hand and not be able to do a whole heck of a lot. But who am I to argue? He won the series. Let's bring up the bracket right before we get into our finals here, where the winner will walk away with $600 and the title of KARDS Open 16 champion. There you see it. We've got Bezio going up against Nanami. This is going to be likely the first time one of these players wins an official KARDS event. So before we get into it, let's take a quick refresher of the decks. We'll run through them one more time. You've seen them before. One of these will get banned. We got Bezio up here. Berto, you've been a Bezio fan all day long, singing his praises. Why don't you walk us through quickly what we're going to see here?
Right, so Bezio has Frontline. We just saw it, and we just saw how powerful it can be. We see Brit Air. We saw how close Thanatron was to coming back at certain points in that game, and his strong start. Let's hope it works out better for Bezio, at least if you are a Bezio enjoyer like myself.
A Bezio believer, if you will.
Exactly. And we have the Soviet France control deck, tons of guard, a little bit of healing with the Call to the Colonies, the Liberation, a nice control deck, and we have Japan, Britain, air, just so that your opponent can't fully ban out air, and so you're able to sneak in an air no matter what they decide to ban from you.
Absolutely. It's going to be one of those lineups where first two decks, pretty standard. We see them all the time. Second two are always kind of those still fairly standard tournament meta type of decks. So in this last opportunity to get those in before Brothers in Arms goes full-fledged and we get the reserve pool kicking off, going to be potentially the last time we see some of these, at least in these iterations. Let's take a look at Nanami, J King. What is this newcomer bringing to try and take home the finals?
Well, Nanami is bringing a very particular lineup. Their first deck is Soviet Italian Self-Damage. This is a deck we have seen before. It plays like a mid-range deck, but incredibly high tempo, and you are sacrificing your own health total to gain this tempo to cheat out units to play very low-cost removal. And then his next deck, it is Britain Italian Control, where you're trying to heal up really quickly. Commonwealth is the win condition. However, it is going about that in a very unconventional way, with some very interesting inclusions such as Spirit of Rome and Attack in the Colonies. Then his third deck is a Japan Italian. Still don't really know what to call this deck, whether it's control or whether it's a mid-range deck. It is very, very low on the curve, but all of these low-cost cards are largely defensive. And then on the upper end, it has Shiden, it has Kika, it has To the Last Man to get across the finish line. So still not exactly sure what to call this deck, but it worked out really well for him in the last series. And last but not least, he has US-Italy Ramp. So, keeping with the trend of all Italian, all Mare Nostrum all day, this deck is going to try to gain credit slots with especially War Machine and get into these 5 and 6 cost cards without a ton of late game, as we typically see in ramp decks, but it's just going to be playing a lot of 5 and 6 cost cards to try to contest the early game and mid game of these aggro and mid-range decks. So, this is definitely a targeted lineup for aggro, and a very, I think, responsible way to build your decks while building things that are completely out there and beyond the pale of what we normally see.
And if Nanami is looking to target aggro, gonna find some on Bezio side. So let's bring up the bans. Let's take a look and see if what's kind of getting the kibosh here. Bezio's Soviet list, Nanami losing the Brit Italy control. Nanami's list is pretty unique as is. Berto, why would you ban the Brit Italy control list?
Well, one of the scariest things about this list is the supply shortages. And I can see absolutely not wanting to run into that with Brit Air, with US Frontline. So I think that makes a lot of sense. because man, supply shortage can be just an absolute insane card. It can really make you feel like you're climbing a hill when all your units are slowly dying. You don't even have the board space yet to redevelop. So I'm not too surprised by banning Brit here from Bezio.
And J King, is Bezio's Soviet list just getting banned because it's not aggro, and that's what Nanami's looking to target?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. We saw when he played against Thanatron in the first set, he banned the Jury Italy, and we thought maybe banning air was better than that. In this case, this Soviet France deck will just absolutely feast on all of Nanami's decks any day of the week. So I think banning it is very intelligent, and you don't want to play against double air with your lineup, but like we saw from Thanatron, he was able to beat air somewhat convincingly with one of these decks. So I think it is going to be a very interesting matchup. I think it's going to be a very close matchup, and it is also very nice to see the finals work out to be sort of these two different worlds, these two different players. One very experienced, Bezio, just calm, calculated, taking his time, thinking through these plays, and just playing like the lineups and decks that have been manufactured and tested and proven. And then on the other side, Nanami, new player, very new on the block, bringing what he wants to play, bringing his own style of decks, and really playing in his own way. He went in a different direction than what Berto and I thought he would go for when we were casting his set, and he won 3-1. So obviously it's working for him. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who is going to pull it out.
Berto, from a I don't want to call it mind games, from a psychology perspective, you got two players here. We talked about Bezio, who has excelled at the qualifiers for OCC, done well, pretty much getting up until the sort of prime time portion of events, and then sometimes falters. And then Nanami, who's kind of brand new to this sort of scenario, where I believe it's the first time they're appearing on stream at all. Is some of that play into the mental game of how you're preparing, some of the nerves? Are you overthinking? Are you moving too fast? Like, what kind of comes to mind when you end up in this scenario?
There is something different about it being the grand finals when you are bringing your decks, you're performing well, you get right to the finish line, and then it's like, oh man, I'm here. And I think that's going to affect both players here. Like, they both, of course, have momentum. That's why they are here. But you have to be thinking, like, is this where it all crumbles apart?
Hopefully they're thinking, is this where I take home the KARDS Open 16 championship and $600? But they may also be on the other side of things, just hoping to pull off one more series, one more set of wins. As they're trying to kind of figure out, hey, what's my game plan? What are my matchups going to be looking like? What do I want to lead with? Nanami being on the more of the responsive side is probably going to want to align things a little bit better. Is there any specific matchup they want to avoid or want to get into? Is this another scenario where, okay, Brit Air might just kind of be a free win, whatever, we'll let it go. That's fine. I can profit and take advantage of the other ones. Like, what is this kind of matchup looking like?
I think the matchup that he is definitely most looking for is his Soviet-Italian self-damage into the US-German mid-range from Bezio. Because self-damage, it's sort of, that deck is just much different than the other three Italian allied decks he has. Those ones are traditional control decks with a curve that goes across the entire bar with things costing a range of credits. But that Soviet-Italian one plays very different. It's high tempo, play with your health total, and it's specifically meant to target decks like Jaegro, like Frontline. It's even decent against Heinz. However, its one weakness is that it's not particularly good into air, despite being good into all other forms of aggro. And we see Bezio has two air decks, so it can definitely beat air, but you're going to want to get it into that mid-range deck for the comfortable win if you are Nanami.
And is part of the reason why it's not as strong against air is because, well, you know, those cheap units, if you're playing against Frontline, you got 30 seconds, you can sickle them. But if you're dropping cheap bombers and cheap fighters, they're 1-2s, 1-3s, less efficient at removing. And then you also can't protect your HQ as well because they can attack you from a distance and you're knocking down your own health total kind of as you go.
yeah, it's the units have more health, so they're harder to remove. And bombers are able to deal damage to both the HQ through guards if you drop too low, or just to your slow-moving infantries. The payoffs of self-damage are these big 34ths, these 456th slow-moving infantries that you can damage with Audis or with your bombers. However, we are not seeing we're not seeing the self-damage deck in this game, and we're also not seeing air. It is going to be Bezio's US-German mid-range into the Japan-Italy deck. Still not exactly sure what to call it. And I'm less convinced that this deck is going to be able to beat Frontline, specifically because of Frontline sustain power. It's going to be able to get into these Shermans. It's going to be able to go late, and I'm just not convinced by the proactive win condition of this deck from Nanami. I mean, he's going first. He's got these cheap units that are going to be able to contest the front line, but I can't imagine he's going to hold the front line. This recon, though, against the hand of Bezio, it's going to be pretty annoying.
This seems strange. I would have thought, as Nanami, you're looking to get him to trade the 1-3 into your recon, or at least have that available to create some awkward decision points in the near future.
The card he's probably thinking of is 35T. Being activated by the infantry on the board is going to be able to come down, kill the recon, and take the front line.
Yeah, that's fair.
However, yeah, Honorable Death is just a weird card in this deck because it's very useful anti-aggro tool. However, there's no payoffs in Nanami's deck for his opponent having a lot of cards in hand. There's nothing like Enigma, there's nothing like Liberation, Phony War, these types of cards that are better the more cards your opponent has in hand. So you're just giving them another card. So if you're not taking advantage of the tempo swing, if you're not taking advantage of the additional cards in their hand, that additional card they draw is eventually just going to come back and eventually be just a straight up benefit for your opponent. Especially because he doesn't have too much draw of his own going on at the moment. This Takasagi can discard Bezio, but yeah, it's not looking great just based on the hands.
Yeah, it can really feel like you're adding fuel to the fire when you play Honorable Death. You might temper the flames a little bit now, but in the future it does come back to bite.
Now, this is a pretty awkward turn for Bezio, because he can't take the front line. There's nothing he can do this turn that will let him get into the front line, which means there's no way to stop both Type 94s from moving up. So then the question is, how do you best prepare for these Type 94s? And if he does just something like 230 seconds trade into recon, 330 seconds pass, that's going to walk directly into a naval operation. And then Nanami is going to be able to stick 2 units on the front line and an empty his opponent. However, he could also just play a Whirlwind here, which is what he's going to end up doing. And you're not getting the most use out of its blitz, so it doesn't necessarily feel great, but I really like this play from Bezio because, yes, it's a little awkward into bombing range with this placement. However, it does mean you are able to take the front line next turn if you want.
Nanami opting to go face rather than trading out, saying to Bezio, you can spend your credits trading out.
Yeah, and I mean, I quite like that because if this PIR takes any more damage, Bezio is not able to go for we can do it yet. So a potential naval operation coming out. If he doesn't have to waste a surprise attack on killing the PIR, then he's not going to. And it costs Bezio credits to attack into these Type 94s. And at the moment, that's really what you're looking for. Make Bezio spend credits on things other than developing the wood. And we might just see naval operation trade push up. Once again, maintaining control of the board, maintaining control of the front line. And
Pretty reasonable, although you lose the benefit of the naval supports in hand with the pin.
yeah, that is true. What do you do now if you're Bezio, though?
Cry a little.
He's gonna play Hellcat and clear up the front line. This single copy of Akita, I believe it's a single copy, in Nanami's deck, and Soul of Old Japan, this actually could be a very important card in this matchup. There's a lot of duds off of it, but this could give him an extra card like Shiden, like Kawanishi, that can help him get across the finish line. You could theoretically pick 114th and just play it here, to be completely honest.
That's not the name of the card.
The Elephant Boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take the Elephant Boys here. You have intel on the half track in hand. However, even if it gets half tracked, one, that's a half track that's not going into Takasagi. It means your opponent is not playing Sherman, and you can still just replay Elephant Boys into Akita, and he takes it.
Woohoo! Okay.
I'm very excited. Nanami, I'm cheering for Nanami now. Sorry, Bezio, but he picked the Elephant Boys off of Soul of Old Japan.
Yeah,
This man
I'm
knows what
with
he's
you
up.
there.
Bezio could actually just play Strategic Bombing. If your opponent picks that card off of Soul of Old Japan, you might just be thinking, it's Soul of Old Japan. They probably got offered some pretty trash cards. Like there's a lot of nonsense on Soul of Old Japan that you're not ever going to pick. But on the other hand, you might be thinking, like, looking through the deck, wait, what destruction effects are in their deck? How scared of this should I be? Because he can retreat it. He could even patrol trade Hellcat and do it. I don't think that's happening. But half track and strategic bombing are both somewhat reasonable plays that Bezio could go for this turn.
It looks like Betsy is thinking about the half track.
And if half track comes out, this game could come down to 2 Akita pings in a deck with 1 Akita. Especially if he pushes up rather than plays another 30-second. This could be a full board clear. He could not play Elephant Boys. He could do Akita attack in the colonies to increase the chances.
And a middle result.
Yeah, it clears the front line, forces Bezio to spend slightly more credits to show. And actually, Nanami's health total is getting a little low. He still has Mare Nostrum and attack in the colonies in hand, which is perfectly fine. But this patrol is going to be able to take out the Takasagi, which is very huge for 2 reasons. One, it removes the guard and is able to just blitzkrieg face. However, it also is going to remove the doubled destruction effect offered to it by this Elephant Boys. However, Bezio could also remove the Elephant Boys this turn, patrol, push up, trade 30-second, 35T. That feels like a very weak turn, but that might be what he's going for. Or he could also 99th and just go all face, try to set up a blitzkrieg lethal.
Yeah, I like the 99th go all face. Yeah, hit him in the dome.
Now, unfortunately, this is going to be punished. However, Nanami could be baited into going for something like the Takasagi, which is going to happen. However, he is still going to the front line, so he's not under Diane. However, this patrol has a very high likelihood of coming out, most likely alongside a Sherman. And actually, looking at this, Nanami has a ton of destruction effects. Maybe he should just run Elephant Boys in this deck. Maybe that's the deck editing he needs to make after this tournament.
Unfortunately, we will be losing Takasaki in the rotation.
This is true. We missed our last opportunity to see Elephant Boys and Takasagi alongside each other in a deck. However, we have managed to find them alongside each other in a game. Although it is difficult to imagine Bezio will do anything that will risk this Takasagi's destruction effect triggering twice.
Yeah, with 2 answers already in hand, you have to imagine that these elephants are not long for this world, and there they go. Goodbye, my
Does strap
beloved.
bombing, but this also means that Nanami is able to clear the front line. And Bezio has been holding off on playing the Sherman time. He chooses to go for Dina instead, so he's not actually going to be able to stop Sherman, which means Patrol is still going to come out. And actually, there's possibilities of lethal here. I believe Greyhound top deck might have been lethal. Hellcat top deck is also lethal. Hellcat, Blitzkrieg, Patrol. That's 12 damage through guard. Exact credits. And that is a huge top deck. That's the second Hellcat too. And yeah, Bezio holding onto that Sherman, taking a little bit of risk in this matchup, but being rewarded for it, and is going to be taking game 1 over Nanami and getting a win in with this frontline deck, meaning if Nanami wants to win this tournament, he has to win self-damage into air. Now, if you're Nanami, do you just bring the same deck again? Do you just think this is probably my best deck into air? I'm just going to bring it again. Like, I've got the Fiats. Or are you rattled from that game? Are you... Because you could very easily think about the things he could have done differently. If he hadn't gone for Dina and instead played attack in the colonies, not only would the 32nd be dead, so he can't Sherman, there's not another unit for a Blitzkrieg. It also means you just have 3 extra health, so you're not in range of dying to that. That could be something playing on his mind.
Yeah, and you really need to push those thoughts out of your head right now. It's good to have those thoughts after the tournament so that you can look back and you can try to improve with review over the games. But right now, you need to not have that burdening you.
And on the other side, Bezio's up 1-0, but he's probably feeling on top of the world, but also he's probably thinking like, okay, this tournament is mine now. Like, surely it's mine. Like, he's playing some weird off-meta decks. He has self-damage, and I have air twice. Surely this is just my tournament now. And if you let that get to your head, or go to your head, sorry, you can start to make mistakes. And that can open you up to being more vulnerable to tilt if Bezio drops a game. Suddenly you feel like if self-damage can get through, or maybe he loses this game, there is still definitely the possibility, even if on paper he is favored. Both players' mentality here is incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, self-damage can beat air. I've seen it happen before, and we could see it happen again.
But before that happens, Nanami's going to need to beat air with Japan, Italy, which, I mean...
He's got the Fiat on 2.
Yeah, if just exclusively looking at deck lists, it looks possible. Looking at hands at the moment, this just feels like one of those games where you're playing air on ladder and you see the turn 2 Fiat from Japan and you think, well, this is a free win. And you mark it down already on your scoreboard. You wait a couple turns.
I think that's just you, Jake.
I mean, if this was a closed decklist tournament, if this was something like a Swiss round, if you're going against Japan, you're going second, you got to be thinking, well, this is a weak hand to like turn 1 cavalry pull beef, but this isn't Jagro. This is a control deck. It doesn't have a ton of card draw. They're already going first. They don't have a ton of board clears, and you already have Lend-Lease in hand, so you already don't have to worry about the fear of I just don't hit any card draw, and it's just one of those games where you hit all 3 Swordfish, all 3 Gladiators, all 3 Type 94s, and it's just exclusively units with nothing to buff them, nothing to draw. He doesn't have to worry about that. He has a healthy amount of draw. He has a healthy distribution of units, buffs, and he's playing against a deck that is just, on paper, not as good.
Yeah, but getting through this Fiat is looking really awkward.
Yes, but with the Power of air. Bezio can at any point just draw an air superiority. He can set up a cast on the Aichi and hit it. He could even remove it this turn with double surprise attack. That wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. Because as we've mentioned, Nanami's deck, his curve is very, very low. There's not a large number of super terrifying units you're going to want to surprise attack down the line. Now, obviously, that's not your ideal use of surprise attack. But it is what he's going to go for. He's going to value the tempo over the value. He does not value the value, you might even say. And this, because of this Type 94, Nanami is going to start to get draws, and we see the Honorable Death, which I don't think has been working out too well for him so far this tournament. He's going to hold on to it here. I think that's probably a good call.
I would say air is one of the decks that it is better against because you're usually using it on a unit that has already had close air support played onto it, which means that you're not really going down value in the same way, especially if 2 close air supports have been played.
Yeah. And Bezio stopping himself there from playing the non-intelled close air support. Although it's actually possible that he might just play the other one. It will mean he will not be able to attack with the Aichi, but maybe he wants to attack with Type 94, push it up, play Sonya, and then play the other close air support, just build a huge board of bombers. However, if that is what he goes for, Nanami can just slam Shiden. And we've seen both surprise attacks be played, so there's not an easy response to that. Of course, the fear would be an Empire Strikes if he has 3 bombers on board. But looking at Bezio's hand, that's not something that he has to worry about just yet. Although, he also has the play of just trading Honorable Death Swordfish Audacity.
Yeah, that, I mean...
Or what actually might even be potentially better is trade Audacity, see what it hits, because if it hits the Swordfish, you can just move up and kill it. And if it hits the Aichi, you can then Honorable Death the 3-2. I guess it matters at the end of the day. Would you rather they have a 3-2 smoke screen or a 2-4? And probably the 3-2. You would rather them have a 3-2 because you have more ways of picking that off. It has a higher op cost. And you have a decent amount of healing.
You did also have to watch out for overdrawing by trading in with the recon first that turn.
That is a good point, yeah.
So drawing middle, actually correct. Because he would have overdrawn. You gotta love the draw middle.
Actually, I don't think that's correct, because he has 7 cards, he played 2 from hand. So he has 7 cards after drawing, so he actually would have had 8 cards in hand at the start of his turn. So he could have drawn first. In the end, draw first is king.
But he got 2 cards out of his hand. He played the Honorable Death first and then Audacity.
Yeah.
Anyways, somebody will look back at the video and call one of us an idiot. And that's how it goes.
He's going to attack in the colonies. Doesn't need to use the bombing right because he can just kill that on board anyways. It would net him 3 additional damage face. And he's probably feeling pretty comfortable. Bezio does have these 2 Lend-Leases, but he also has to contend with the fact that there is a decent amount of rising pressure on the board, and Sincerely Yours is not is not allowed in tournaments yet, so Brit Air does not have any healing. And Shiden in hand, Soul of Old Japan to potentially pick up a second Shiden, Akika. And once we start getting into these later turns, even if Bezio is able to do something like shelling and build a big board of units, To the Last Man can always just come out. There's also a surprise attack in hand. It's another Type 94.
And this is so awkward for Bezio. Uh, all of his things have just been answered, and now you don't really have much to do other than clear your hands to play these Lend-Leases.
And another Type 94 pickup. If I'm Nanami, I'm thinking my opponent very clearly just wants to Lend-Lease next turn. So I would Bombing Raid face, get down double Type 94, to just try to maximize damage on the following turn. It doesn't feel great playing Bombing Raid in this situation, but you absolutely do not want this Sonia to hit your Aichi. And there is some degree of risk in playing just Shiden.
Yeah,
This
we
was a
know that it would probably work out. I think if you have perfect information, Shiden is the best play. But of course, there's not perfect information in this game.
And that's a tough choice. He's going to take the Raiden Brigade and just kill it. This allows him to save the Bombing Raid, and I think that's pretty reasonable.
And I expect we must just see a Lend-Lease from Bezio.
Yeah, I mean, your choices are Wellington Pass, well, Wellington Gladiator, and not attack with Wellington. Gladiator, Naval Supply Run, or draw 4 cards. So he's going to draw 4 cards and picks up quite some good cards. He's now got HMS and Wellington cards in his deck with Blitz. Air Sub is going to be able to help him get through a Shiden or just gain tempo the traditional way. And because of that shelling, Nanami is still a couple turns off of this To the Last Man. So he's not out of the woods yet.
Man, I just keep thinking, if that Shiden comes down, what does Bezio do? But this plays pretty perfectly into Bezio's hand.
Yeah, just HMS Air Superiority actually just can easily remove this whole board. That's only 6 credits to do so, so you can also get down both Gladiators if you want. You can get down Wellington. You can you could even like hold the air superiority, I suppose, and do Wellington into the 3/3. However, you also don't want to overcommit to this board, because you have to be afraid of cards like Bombing Raid. So this just removing the board is very easy, but the question is, how much do you commit to the board after removing it? Because you also don't want to play too slowly.
I feel like maybe one Gladiator is a reasonable middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, actually, with second Lend-Lease and second, honestly, you could just play both Gladiators. Because your opponent removes your board, just play a second Lend-Lease. And Bezio comes to that exact same conclusion. Because with the Naval Supply Run in hand, this board can deal so much damage so quickly. And is he just going to go Shiden face?
I'd respect it.
I mean, you have To the Last Man that can come down in 2 turns. You have Bombing Raid. So Shiden face actually sets up lethal on board. Now, obviously, that's a very, very ambitious belief if you think your opponent can't remove Shiden with anything in hand. But Shiden face sets up lethal on board. Actually, he wouldn't even have the credits to Bombing Raid double attack on the following turn. So instead, he makes the responsible decision, takes out a Swordfish. Bezio can remove this in a couple of different ways. However, none of them feel too amazing. Like, you was just still kind of worried that you're sitting on health. And your opponent's sitting at more than full health by turn 9.
Ooh, and no close air support for Bezio, which probably would have been his best draw to allow him to cleanly deal with the Shiden.
And he decides he's not going to deal with Shiden.
Whoa.
Very ambitious play. And So he's just going to take out the 2 bombers, hold up decisive defense. That looks like the move. I really don't like this play from Bezio. If there was a Mare Nostrum, the second Mare Nostrum to come out on Shiden, he can just put you to 3 health and heal up to 25. And the naval supply run going to discard the Lend-Lease. Bezio taking, I think, some pretty unnecessary risk, but the 3rd convoy off of the 2nd convoy is definitely going to help him rebuild his hand after losing that 2nd Lend-Lease. That is now all of the card draw in his deck, short of Monty, I suppose. So he definitely has access to the tools. However, he's still not picking up any of these close air supports, and he's running out of units in hand. This Ultra could potentially be very big if it can catch something, but he can't fake Ultra in this situation. Or sorry, he can't hold up Ultra without it being hidden information in this situation. And the Parisy can't really go face.
Oh dear, and you can just line for a day, double hit face, and you have Kika in hand.
Yeah, I mean, you could... There's... What's Bezio going to do? You can Monty, you can Ultra, but you have no guard and you have no heal, and you have no countermeasures that stop Kika.
Oh no.
And I mentioned this, I think, at the start of this game, that yes, Bezio has a whole lot of favored matchups. Yes, Bezio is probably feeling pretty comfortable playing these tried and true tested decks into... I mean, maybe he's not comfortable playing it into decks he's not familiar with, but just at least on paper, he should be very heavily favored, but he can't let that get to his head. He can't start thinking that the series is over before it is. And in this game, we just saw him decide to put his foot on the gas, try to kill his opponent as quickly as possible in the situation where he didn't... I don't think he needed to go for that line, and in a situation where I don't think he could reasonably expect to complete that line. So short of Nanami missing lethal with Kika here, maybe he draws like a Desperate Measures and gets baited into the Ultra. That's not going to happen, and he's going to tie it up 1-1, defeating Britain Air.
You know what this is, Jaking? This is good karma for choosing the Elephant Boys in the last game.
That is true. The Cards gods have smiled down on Nanami for picking the Elephant Boys. He has chosen well, and he has been rewarded justly. And it's going to tie it 1-1. Bezio still has 2 air decks, but it's gotta start to be worried, because the US ramp deck is the one that is teched for air. It has the Thunderbolts, it has Stars and Stripes. That's not going to be a matchup you feel super comfortable with going into as air. It's certainly easily winnable, but not a matchup you're going to feeling 90-10 going into by any means. And if you drop that one, then suddenly that's 2 attempts on self-damage, and I mean, we've all played against a self-damage that gets down like 4/34 on like turn 3.
Well, it doesn't do it on turn 3 anymore. Not usually.
It could.
Yes, it could.
And I think if you're Nanami, you just bring US here. Just keep Soviets in the back pocket. Try to get into a position where you are up 2-1, and get 2 chances in a row with it. And if you're Bezio, just bring Britain. It's the better of your 2 decks, and try to bring this to 2-1. I mean, at this point in the series, not just on decks, but also what we can try to guess at what might be each player's mentality. Who do you think is favored now that we have reached a best of 3?
I still want to put my money on Bezio. I just think this self-damage list is really difficult to play into either of these air decks. I've played it from the self-damage side, and I can't imagine it having north of a 20% win rate.
I would give it a higher than 20% rate. And we also have to keep in mind that Bezio does have this Japan main one too, so it's not just the Britain one. And I would imagine it has an even better win rate into the Japan one. Yes, there is 2 naval operations, but that just makes up for the lack of shelling and Monty. And then otherwise, you have a decent amount of more fighters. You have slightly less early aggression. You have slightly less unit buffs, so your units are just generally lower on health.
Yes, but you say that as a man who hasn't had his 34 guards destroyed by a single audacity.
This is true. I have not experienced that, and Audacity is a very high potential power level card, especially in that kind of matchup. And it is worth noting. Do you think the traditional self damage is built with Japan ally, and that is the version you favor? Do you think the Italy ally is better or worse into air?
I think it's a little bit worse because I think you really need the draw that Japan offers. And the healing from Italy is nice, but it's so hard to get it to connect without already being in a winning position and controlling the front line.
I would tend to assume the Italy is slightly better just because, at least in my playstyle, I really favor getting those tanks down really early, and I find you can often overwhelm air with those tanks. And also just not dying to bombers. Like when you get the 430 into the front line and you're feeling all happy and they do like HMS, close air support, Monty hit you in the face for 6 and set up a 2-turn lethal. Does not feel great. But before we get to that, each player picked what I think is certainly their best option to start off, with Bezio on his Britain, Japan, and Nanami on his US, Italy. And Bezio starting first and starting with some very early aggression. This is definitely how I would I definitely think that this is on paper how you want to play this matchup. Just try to get your opponent down as quickly as possible, and also just stylistically make your opponent feel pressured. However, Nanami is just going to attack and colonies the Type 94, maybe the Sonya. The other Type 94 is going to get to the front line to slow down this Hellcat, but there is Hellcat double Dechuma. He might Warbonds next turn.
Convoy, a great pickup here for Bezio, right as he starts running low on cards, running low on proactive plays.
Yeah, and he's going to sacrifice 1 damage here to get the convoy out. There's no need to go that aggressive. And Thunderbolt would be a great play if you didn't know there was 2 surprise attacks in the hand of your opponent. So he's just going to Warbonds, which is going to let him play the... What is that? The turn 5 Dechuma into the turn 6 Dechuma. You got to be feeling pretty happy about that. And I do believe that he runs patrols in this list, I seem to remember. So he might be able to find a patrol for this Aichi. But for now, I think you definitely just go for Dechuma on the Swordfish. You don't want any more close air supports coming out.
He does run 1 copy of Patrol, Nanami.
Oh, it's a single copy, okay. Well, if he can find that, that's going to be big. With double Empire Strikes in hand, I suspect... Although... This is awkward, because you could just do air superiority, kill, or less likely, but you could do surprise attack kill with Sonya and get 3 face. If you go for an Empire Strikes here, it's credit efficient, but you're only actually dealing 1 additional damage. 2 if you decide to leave the Dechuma on board and hit face with Aichi. You could just drop your opponent to 5 health there. That it feels very irresponsible, because of the likes of 5th Rangers Mary Nostrum heal 9. But it is something you could do. And we saw Bezio falter in the last game because he tried to just go all in and did not respect the healing capabilities or just the defensive capabilities. And I do like this. It does feel like you play in the correct tempo. And if you're going... So he goes for the 5th Rangers, I like this. You remove 2 units without wasting a Hellcat. You also get a little bit more healing in. And Bezio's would really like some card draw. However, he does get to feign an Ultra here. Ultra does have to be on the mind of Nanami. You could just Dechima the Aichi. It's not crazy. You could also actually Hellcat the Aichi and push a 5th Rangers to the front line. I quite like that. You sort of make your opponent drop these surprise attacks. And then you can just follow up and use Dechima to take out the 3-2 body.
Yeah, I like it.
And also you're playing around the Ultra that's not actually there, but oh, okay.
Really? Okay.
That does not respect the possibility of Ultra. He's just going to play We Can Do It right into that, also drawing last. And also, knowing there's 2 surprise attacks in the hand, it does feel just kind of a little awkward to not have 2 units up there to force the Aichi to attack something.
Yeah, it feels like maybe he's overplaying around the Empire Strikes, which Bezio does have 2 in hand, but it's not like Nanami knows that.
And the Convoy finds Spitfire Wellington, which is exactly what you want. They're like the 2 biggest units in your deck. Wellington is one of your 2 Blitz units, and in combination with Empire Strikes, can be a lot of burst damage. However, there's actually a couple different plays. He could Strap Bomb in. He decides just to go for Thunderbolt because he sees double surprise attack gone. And Bezio? What do you do here if you're Bezio? You can do a very big Empire Strikes. Thunderbolt and Aichi are going to have to trade. You can do Wellington, Empire Strikes.
You can Wellington double Empire Strikes.
That is actually true.
Which is wild.
It would drop him of all of the burn in his hand. However, it would also clear the board from Nanami and drop him to 4 health. And dropping your opponent to 4 health seems very tempting. He's going to pin and play the Spitfire, and once again, feign an Ultra, but it's an Ultra that's not there, and Nanami tested for it on the previous turn, or 2 turns ago at least. So yeah, he doesn't feel the need to test it again. He's just going to remove it, 101st into the Aichi most likely. And Empire Strikes can clean this up, but he can even double Empire Strikes to clean this up. Do the same play as the previous turn. I mean, drop your opponent to 3, force them to have, or to 4, sorry, and force them to have removal. And then Sexton follow up in hand. Doesn't feel great going down to 1 card in hand. But do you have too many alternatives? You could greed out, I guess, with Sexton on Thunderbolt, Albacore on 101st.
Yeah, you can just draw HMS Illustrious, next turn. Which, yeah, I'm sure is on the mind of Bezio.
Actually, if he does Sexton, Albacore, pass, and Nanami goes for Dechima on Sexton, Bezio wins the game with Wellington, Empire Strikes, attack phase with Wellington. Which, I mean, is a reasonable... If Bezio goes for this line, I think that's a reasonable play from Nanami. Although, honestly, at this point, you could just do strategic bombing, push California. But he's gonna go for it, and that is how this game ends.
Wow.
Is just the exact cards in the hand of Bezio. Oh, please don't be baited by Shelling. He might be baited by Shelling. Surely not. Surely he sees it. He's Bezio. He's going to count this. He's going to take his time. He's going to be completely sure before he goes
Triple
for this.
check.
That is absolutely just filthy. And I mean, Bezio showing again that he is making do with what he has. He showed this very much in the frontline mirror game, where he had the advantage of going first, but didn't necessarily have the best cards and just made do with what he had. Here, he has the advantage just on decks, but doesn't have the cards he necessarily wants, but again, just does exactly enough to get across the finish line, exact damage using the second last card in his hand, exact credits as well. And Nanami, just not able to get there. I think it's reasonable to not play around Wellington, zero-cost Wellington double Empire Strikes. I think that's a reasonable thing to play around, but or to not play around, I mean. But yeah, just maybe there was a couple different lines he could have done in that game that would have led to a slightly different outcome. But yeah, either way, you can't be thinking about that now. You have to be thinking, how do I beat this Japan-Britain air deck twice in a row? And I think step one is just bring US and try to do the exact same thing again, except this time you're slightly favored because the Japan deck's slightly weaker.
Yeah, and we really saw the highlight of what Brit Air can do with its crazy comeback mechanics with the Empire Strikes. Thank
And
God it's leaving.
he's bringing self-damage, and looking at the hand of Bezio already with Sonia and Albacore, that's the type of cards you're looking for, but Nanami gets a Red Devils in his mulligan.
A Red Dawn, you mean?
That is what I mean. Red Devils, Red Dawn, same card. And I'll be interested to see if he keeps Claude. He does keep Claude, and he picks up an Air Sup. So this is a very high tempo hand from Bezio. However, he can also just run out of steam, depending on how these cards line up into the cards of Nanami. Because there isn't even an argument for not playing Sonia, because you don't really have a... I mean, it leads into the Claude on 2. So not thinking about what your opponent's going to do, it feels really good. Just Sonia on 1, Claude on 2, so you can attack with Sonia. It's a very nice card. However, if you play Sonia on 1 and then your opponent like sickles it, you're not feeling that great. Because the alternative is Nanami passes. So I actually would like to see Bezio pass here.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a decision against self-damage of, are you going to play out units right away and hope they're low on removal? Do you wait and hope that they are high on removal?
What do you think of this Sonia on 2 after seeing the Zukov on 1? Because I think I would have liked to just see the Claude. You don't get the deployment effect, but it could potentially bait out removal. And if no removal is baited out, you stick a unit for the air superiority.
Honestly, I kind of like it here for Bezio. To whiff this Albacore to be able to trade out a 456 or a SU, I feel like is quite good.
I mean, my
while
thought
also developing
is
your board slightly further.
it's kind of weak to sickle. Because I feel like if you were gonna play Sonia on 2, you should have just played it on 1. And I mean, we saw Nanami actually find the only 1-cost card in his deck that he can play without another being on board. Well, he can responsibly play without another unit being on board. And he red dons the first Sonia. Now, unfortunately, there's a second Sonia. However, fortunately for him, he is going to have double Winter Warfare Blitz a 7/7 to the front line. And now those Sonias are gone, and you better if you're Bezio, you better start praying you draw a Type 94. And second Claude isn't going to help you. You could just play Shiden.
Yeah, I feel like I would play Shiden here. Just to get that damage in. Like, it's so far into the future that Shiden is going to do anything for you. Like, how are you getting to turn 11? I will also say, this is so huge here for self-damage. Getting a 7/7 up with no answers. This is how you win the matchup. This is how you have the opportunity.
And he might just think about making an 11-9 and going face and saying you don't have removal for this. I kind of think I would have preferred to see the Mary Nostrum come out rather than the counteroffensive. Because if your opponent's removing an 8/8, they're removing an 11-9. Just how this matchup plays out. Like the types of removal, it's surprise attacks and it's Sendai regiments. So I think I would have rather see the healing than 3 extra damage. And Type 94 top deck is actually going to let him kill it. And home defense, a cheap home defense in hand, a Shiden that no longer really has answers to it. However, Petliakov SU in that order can set up a very easy Ura lethal. I'm not a fan of playing these side by side like this because of Bombing Raid. Although, I suppose Bombing Raid is going to clear your board no matter what. And a third Claude pickup. Is this just guaranteed lethal?
No.
Is there anything Bezio can do?
Bezio can trade his... Wait.
Because Winter Warfare Mary Nostrum Ura means that if a 2/2 Claude stays on the board...
You mean the Petliakov? Or, wait, oh, the Claude,
Petliakov can win through a 2/2 Claude.
Yeah.
And Bezio obviously has to remove the SU or he's dead to... And he can't remove both of them. This is just game over. But it is a rather tricky lethal to see. If you play a lot of self-damage, it's a lethal you will see. But if you just pick self-damage because it looks like a good lineup and you've heard it's good and you've played like 5 games on it, this is a very easy lethal to miss. So now it's going to come down to how much experience does Nanami have on this deck, and even if he doesn't have a lot of experience, how much is he just aware of sort of the plays you're looking to make. So Winter Warfare, Mary Nostrum, Ura, Attack Claude is just lethal here.
And just barely, he squeaks out a win.
And that's
to bring it to a game 5.
Wait.
What?
Did we miscount?
I didn't count because I trusted you so much.
I did miscount. That 7 health drops to 6, and then 6 into 1 means only 5 Ura overflow damage. And if Bezio just drops him to 1, or sorry, not drops him to 1, if Bezio drops him below 5, he can't play this. Like, if you're Bezio, you're thinking, like, oh, well, if he has Winter Warfare, he has Winter Warfare. You might as well drop your opponent as low as possible. And that's what he's going to do. And short of third Winter Warfare top deck, and I make the same mistake that Nanami makes, which is thinking that that is going to be lethal. Unfortunately, it is not, and self-damage does not get this win.
And we can do the math. 4 minus 5 is less than 0. And Bezio takes it. NA math.
Yeah, Bezio, 3-1. And dominant performance, Nanami here. Very solid performance as well. I think definitely nothing to scoff at, nothing to feel bad about. Getting second place in the first major tournament that you're playing in. very, very solid performance.
Absolutely. Totally agree. I think Bezio's made some Bezio believers today. Might start a fan club, but nice to see Bezio get kind of that monkey off of his back as well. Like, hey, I did it. I know I can do it. Hopefully we see him next OCC show up and, you know, maybe make it a little bit further than he has in the past. But phenomenal job there, Bezio, taking home 600 USD, 450 for Nanami, who, you know, at the end of the day performed very well and has should be proud of their performance today as well.
I now have to ask, is Bezio going to be the new Darkness? Now, this is a bit of a throwback, but to the very original, like, first 7-8 months of KARDS Esports, Darkness just absolutely dominated Opens. I think he won the first 3 Opens that were held, which is just absolutely insane. And he qualified to every single OCC top 8, except he got knocked out in the first round of the first 7 or 8 Opens despite winning every single Open. It's just the Darkness curse. He wins Opens, he can't win an OCC. Has Bezio just inherited the Darkness curse?
I mean, I hope not. I don't know, Berto. You said this was Bezio's time. Is this Bezio's coming out party, or is the next OCC going to continue to be a challenge for him?
Well, that's really hard to say. I mean, I hope that this is a start of a bright light that keeps going, and not another dive into that tunnel of OCC trauma. But because I've been there, I've gotten top 8 in OCCs many months in a row after qualifying lots of times. And it is tough, but this win for Bezio, I think, should help him in the future for OCCs going forward to not have as much of a weight on his shoulders, even though it is a different tournament.
I don't know why everybody keeps telling me, oh, that's hard to figure out. I'm only asking you to predict the future. I'm just asking you to tell me what bands are going to be picked and who's going to win tournaments. I don't know why that's so challenging. But I appreciate the goodwill and the optimism there. So let's bring up the bracket. Instead of talking about what the future holds, why don't we take a look and see what today held? So there you see our bronze match, Diane defeating Thanatron, taking 3rd and 4th. And we have Bezio winning what I guess is his first ever major official tournament, taking home the KARDS Open 16 crowns, 600 USD. Nanami, also their first appearance in the kind of main event portion of an official tournament, coming in second, 450 USD. A phenomenal job, I think, by both of these players. Great to see new folks kind of coming in and really taking home a victory. Just got a little quote from Bezio. He says, first time and it feels great. So thankfully the NA math was just a bit off and kind of let Bezio take that first big win. And yeah, hopefully we get to see more of them. So thank you all for tuning in. Jay King, Berto, phenomenal job today. As always, thank you to all the players for putting on such a great show. Brothers in Arms is coming June 27th. Do not miss it, and we will see you on the ladder.